Nope, shit. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. I am doing hobby chess today. First, I want to put in stream. I guess I'll put it in later. But basically, this past week I did a scheduled stream. Scheduled days on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yes, all at 12 o'clock. We had MOBA and Minecraft Mondays. We had Wildcard Wednesday with playing Outer Wilds. And then we had FPS Friday, so I was playing CSGO. So we're gonna kind of keep that kind of schedule for now until something sticks more, and then but we're just gonna bring it from 12 o'clock. We're gonna bring it down to, I want to say 1-2 o'clock. I just want to be like a little bit more free in the mornings, or at least try to like wake up more before stream, and then just not be rushed, because I don't wake up late or anything. It's just like a lot of things happen in the morning for me personally, or at least try to. I don't know. But basically, we are doing 5D chess right now. And let me just change that on the stream. I like to start with just chatting because, you know, you want to make sure that you talk to your chat, you know, 5D chess, 5D chess. So, basically, 5D chess is chess with multiverse time travel. Is I want to say it's a newer game. I'm gonna pull up the Steam page for it. This was gifted me by Grant, so thank you, Grant, if you're watching. But basically, first ever chess variant with spatial, temporal, and parallel dimensions. So 5D chess with multiverse time travel. Move pieces back and forth in time, creating bridge timelines. Send a rook into a parallel dimension. Protect your kings in the present and the past. So essentially what this is just regular chess, but you have the ability to go back in time and in between dimensions that you create with your timelines. So if you look at this little video here, you're able to move in between each board, either forward or backward, and then across parallel. So like, think of it like, you know how time goes forward constantly, but if you go back in time and change anything, if you prescribe to the multiverse theory, it essentially becomes a new multiple universe, or new universe. It's, I find this funny because I was looking at it earlier. It has time travel, chess, and puzzle, but the very first thing is psychological horror, and that's hilarious. But yeah, I played this a couple times now, not too many times. But a little bit background on me. I was a chess player growing up. I was not, I don't know if it's like nationally ranked, but I was on the US chess like ranking system or whatever as like a 1300 level player, which is like definitely intermediate. I think grandmasters are closer to 3K. So I want to say more professional people are closer to like 2.5K, something along those lines. And I was a child at the time, and also just like I went like to many different tournaments, I want to say, growing up, me and my brothers, and I think I did pretty well. That I think I averaged around 13, but at my highest I may have been 1600. I could be wrong, but as it goes. So I like chess. Just a nerd fact about me. And learning, and then time travel, I have always been fascinated by the subject, and putting those two together in 5G chess, Gucci, and I just enjoy this game. So thank you again, Grant, for gifting this to me. Without further ado, I guess I'll get started in this. Let's see, I'm looking at the levels. Volume wise, I think I may be competing a little bit with the music. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit, but let's try that. Hopefully I wasn't too competing. But yeah, right now I'm not trying to do anything against other players too much. I was playing against Grant, but I feel as though I'm gonna just keep it to computers at the moment, just because I don't think I'm at all like fully prepared to do anything in the sense of like I don't know how to say it, but like I don't think I'm able to be good enough to play other players just yet. But we're working towards that point, you know. Maybe I'll be ranked in 5D chess. Who knows? But without further ado, 5D chess. Ooh. So yeah, 5D chess, multiverse, time travel. So right now I'm just doing a local match, no clock. Well, depending on how complicated it gets, I am definitely not going to be able to handle a clock. But I want to see if there's any changes. No, there's no changes. I'm playing standard chess. So essentially, it's just a regular 64 squares on a chessboard, all 16 pieces on each side. It's been a bit since I've had to count that. But yeah. So here we go. Wait, local match. Did I do play? Used to, not used to, but it was definitely. I thought I was trading. Wait, give me a second. That doesn't count as a loss. CPU match. There it is. Okay. So I'll start as white versus the trainer because I'm still pretty new to the concept. Looking at other recommendations. No bishops. Bishops pretty OP in this. And then also queens. So we'll get into the details about it as soon as we play more. But basically it starts off like a normal chess game. You play. There's only a one timeline because you're starting. And you have to submit each move. So it's definitely interesting. So it starts off like a regular chess. You move the pawns 2 squares up. You move knight up and over. You have to make sure you submit moves, but each time is different than the next. Undo. So we'll get this into the future, but one of the things I've learned is you don't want to open up ranks or anything, or ranks or columns. I mean, columns and rows are how you would say like how the chessboard is. So each column is like this, each row is like that across. They don't do notation in this game mode because you can't see it, but there are notation squares for each square. So this would be A1, and then that would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. H8 essentially is the other corner, and then everything in between. I really put myself out there right there. So I'm still getting used to it, so I'm definitely doing a lot of crazier moves if there's a... Alright, I thought I would have a little bit more time before this happened. But basically, what just happened was he moved his knight into the past, creating a separate timeline. I don't remember entirely if I was starting a thought right before he did that. I think I was saying that I don't want to open up columns, which you may see in the future, but essentially it leaves you open to attacks in the past. If that makes sense. Or it leaves your past to open to attacks. We'll see in the future. Unfortunately, the first piece that went back in time was a knight, so you can't really see the same concept as I was about to describe. But to reconfirm what just happened, Black moved his knight from this board, this timeline, into the past to create a second timeline. Now there is a present in the past, so if you scroll out a little bit, the present is now this white bar. And now I have this board to move. I can move also this board in the future, but I don't have to because it's not in the present. So I'm going to focus on this board right now because it's in the present. And I'm going to see what I can do. The development in chess means the opening of pieces, where you like introduce more pieces into the game, giving them positions that are better, more beneficial than the very beginning. So right now, my bishop can only go this way, but that's also because my pawns are out of the way. My knight can go only this way. It doesn't have to be blocked by anything. If you're new to chess, that's just how it goes. You can actually skip over certain spaces, and then so it's up 2 and up over to the left 1. And then rooks, they can't move anywhere because they're stuck in the corner. So you would change that accordingly. So that's my move, but I can also move this one if I wanted to, which I will. I'm going to see if I can do this. See if I can just type to the Now he has both moves and both boards to move, but he doesn't move this board. If that makes sense. I don't expect myself to win these, and I always like try to go into a very deep thinking state. But essentially, now that we have a couple timelines shown up, I will be able to show you exactly what I mean, or not what I mean, but what it does when you do like interdimensional type stuff. So if you look in, I believe this is the parallel view. So these views are parallel, these timelines are parallel to each other. And essentially, this queen can move like a rook, essentially across dimensions forward, and like a bishop's diagonal. So if it moves like a rook into this dimension just in the same position. Or no, it can't move in the same position because it's at its regular position. It's really hard to conceptually think about, but essentially there is I don't know how to say it entirely. There are diagonals, and like the queen naturally moves in diagonals and along straight lines. And thinking about it fifth dimensionally or extra dimensionally, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I was thinking about doing like a text document to show exactly how fifth dimensional this is. And let me just do that. Okay. New text doc. So that's a little large. Basically, we have the first dimension. This is, let's say it's x axis. Second D, y axis. Third dimension in our world is just z axis, right? But in this dimension, in this 5D chess, this z axis would be crossing dimension. So it would be okay. So that's not including time travel. Literally like one board up one or down one in the parallel universe. That's where the parallel view comes from. And then the fourth dimension, and this is also for us as humans, is time. But it's also time in theirs. So because then you have this extra dimension that you can actually go backwards in time. So if you see, this is my current board. These are both my current, well, this one's another board in the future. But this is my current board that I have to play a move on. So I can actually move, Y. Oh, that's the parallel view. This is the history view. It doesn't help either way, but it's kind of helps kind of thing. But basically, you are going back in time, back in the fourth dimension. For us, what I was trying to explain, we are three-dimensional creatures. We are able to do, everything in 3 dimensions. I'm doing x-axis, y-axis, and then z-axis kind of thing. They do similarly, but their third dimension is just like a parallel universe. And then the fourth dimension is the same, where it's time. So you can go back in time, which unfortunately for us is not possible because that's creating matter. But it gleams over that. But basically, fourth dimensionally, this going back in time, or time is the fourth dimension. So everything is continually going forward. And then you can go backwards in this game. Now, why it's called 5D chess? This is my theory. I'm not entirely sure if it's correct, but 5D is the observer. And if you think, it's really hard to think about it because we are three-dimensional beings, and even the fourth dimension, you have something, it's weird to think about because then you have tesseracts, or whatever they're called. Oh, not the Marvel minute, something along those lines. Not the Marvel tesseract, which is like holds, I think, the space stone. But basically, it's a. Let me just pull up a video, GIF or something. But you probably have seen this before. Tesseract. Oh, I almost spelled it correctly. E, and then it ends with a T. Tesseract. So that is a fourth dimensional object. You've probably seen these before. Images. Well, that's the Marvel one, but these squares inside of squares. So this is actually a unit, this entire thing. And if you've seen a GIF, I'm sure if you can see GIFs on Google. There we go. This is continually changing. It's hard to conceptualize, but this is like the best conceptualization we can of tesseracts. Essentially, it's just like wrapping itself inside itself. I feel as though this is more of a spatial fourth dimension. I can't be wrong. I'm not a physicist. I'm not able to like say this with heavy confidence. But basically, time tesseract. It's similarly like it's hard to like conceptualize as a three-dimensional being. But because we have 5 dimensions, each lower dimension can be observed by a higher dimension. So because we're three-dimensional creatures, we can actually look at a two-dimensional thing and it like seems flat for us. But a two-dimensional being would only see one-dimensional things. I hope that makes sense, because it barely makes sense to me. But basically, for a two-dimensional figure to look or observe in their dimension, they can only see one-dimensional. Think of if there's like eyes on the bottom of a chessboard, like on one of these chess pieces, they would only be able to see from the open space or non-open space. I know this is a stream, and I know this is something I'm trying to like, oh man, I'm trying to play this game, and then you may not be wanting to listen, but I just want to get this rant out. But basically, you will only be able to see an object or a non-object, so it's like binary, essentially, because it is a single-dimensional plane. You might be able to change the type of fill that's in there, but for our concepts purposes, you can only see a sliver. That's the only thing you have to worry about. So as fifth dimensional, you are able to see all parallel timelines and past timelines. And that's what it, literally at the end of this very rant, why 5 dimensions, it's 5-dimensional chess. Thank you for my TED Talk. I'm going to get off my soapbox and keep playing. So right now, I'm still like thinking about everything that is possible, and I know for a fact that there are a lot of things that I've done wrong, probably already, with opening super open or something along those lines. But this is one of the things that I had to like convince myself of. There is like so much that could go wrong, that will go wrong in a 5-dimensional chess, that literally there's no wrongdoing if you just spam a move. It'll be fine. Okay, so I won. To explain why I won, I think I understand it. But basically, if you notice, there is now an opening from my queen on this chessboard to their king. But you think about it even fourth dimensionally and time dimension, there has been this open spot for almost the entire game. Right around this board, T3 L0. So this board, he opened his king up. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Fool's Mate, but essentially I Fool's Mated him. Let me look it up. Because I'm teaching chess. I'm teaching 2D chess with 5D chess. This is fantastic. Fool's Mate. Alright, so it's pretty simple. There's nothing to... It says Fool's Mate. It's not necessarily anything crazy. It is literally mate in 4 moves. But what happens in a Fool's Mate in 2 dimensions... Well, whatever. 3 dimensions, 2 dimensions, whatever you're feeling. You open up your king to an attack that you cannot block. So... if you're familiar with bishops and knights and rooks and everything, I guess. But you move your pawns up. And therefore leaving a diagonal open to your king. This king is now open for this attack from this queen. And basically, there's nothing he can do to stop it. He can't move. The pawns are blocking him. The pieces around him are all blocking him. And nothing can move in the way. This knight... Oh, that's not something I can move. This knight can't move in the way because it only works in an L pattern. This bishop only works on diagonals. This rook, if it switched positions with the bishop, then it would be able to, but it won't because it's already in the corner or anything. This is why developing these 2 pawns are very difficult to do. Or not difficult, they're just like, it's a fool's mate, so it's essentially you would have to be a fool to get mated this way. And I guess he is kind of a fool, but as the lowest level computer, he's the fool. But basically, once you move your queen there is no way for him to defend. There's no way to do him to escape. So therefore, the game is over. Checkmate. Now, bringing it into the 5D game, essentially, he opened up his king to this type of attack in the past. Now, I could have done that immediately, but it wouldn't have done anything because he would have moved his pawn in the way, because his pawn is not his other pawn, the one that was moved double in this version. So this one moved up. It actually blocked the way if his pawn wasn't double moved up. Similarly, this pawn is not double moved up, so it's fine. It's just open to the diagonal. And I didn't actually think about this, but in the future, essentially this queen is able to move back a space but also forward space, if that makes sense. So essentially this diagonal, with every board I move back, I can actually move across that diagonal. So this board, I would be able, as this queen, is able to go here. It's hard because they unfortunately highlight certain boards or something because it's in the past and you're not able to move anything. But basically, that board moves to that square. Fifth dimensional speaking, it's just with every board in the past, I can go forward a square. And what happened was that he opened himself up so far in the past that he can actually get checkmated in the future. Now, if that wasn't confusing, feel free to keep watching, because hopefully something more interesting will happen in the future. But that's the Fool's Mate. One of the first things you'll learn as a chess player is you don't want to develop those pawns too early or without your knight being out, something along those lines. Okay, so there. That's actually good that I was able to do this. So if you move anything in the future, then this queen has a move that will eventually be a checkmate, or a capturing the king, which is essentially, checkmate is when your king has nowhere else to move, or that the piece that is attacking your king can't capture the king in the last turn. Some people play that they can capture the king into the game, but that's essentially just an extra step you don't need. So checkmate is the last step in the game. I don't know if that makes sense, but feel free to ask me questions at any point. So essentially, like I was saying, if this board accelerates at any point, like time-wise, into the future, this piece has the next move and it will capture the king either on this board, or if you scroll back a little bit, it'll capture it on this board. Which, if I move this queen in the at any point in the past couple rounds, it wouldn't have been able to do that, because just as this was opened up, I did that. Now, I didn't do this on purpose. There is a lot of stuff that I didn't I gloss over because it is a fifth dimensional game, and essentially with every new board becomes like an infinite amount of possibilities. But it was fortunate that I had stumbled upon this one first. So yeah, without further ado, let's get a new game going. So for now, 5D chess versus trainer, which is the weakest one. I'm 1-0. I'm going to try to get at least 3 games in. We'll see where we're at that point, because these games can run a little long. Fortunately enough, though, that was a quick one. Okay. So I'm going to keep playing white for now. I think if I win this one again, I'll play black. But last time I played double pawn up, not double pawn up, but e5 or e4. This is the E column. This is 4 space up from the bottom. So that's E4. So instead, I'm going to try this. That's E3. Okay. So right now it's just a basic moves. Nothing too crazy. Now, one of the problems with small pawn movement is that your bishops are going to be blocked off. This is just basic chess stuff. If you block your bishops from moving, they're not going to be able to move. Simple as that. So if I play e5 or e3, then I can easily put e3. This would be b2, b3. Put that out so that my bishop would be able to do that. Weird. Alright, so this queen is early developed, which is fine. I think it may actually be a good strategy in general, because the queen is able to do extra dimensional stuff pretty fast. Like this queen, okay. We'll see it in the future, but this queen will now be able to, chess in 5D. This queen will be able to move to that space, through these dimensions in that same space, essentially to the very beginning of the board, if it wanted to, which I'm not entirely sure. But let me just, something only time will tell. Nice. I'm gonna do that. Not entirely sure why he's doing this, but no. Yeah. But I will be doubling up my pawns in order to capture his queen. He is very much a noob. So I put the bishop in the open column, which is actually something that will pay off in the future. With each step forward, this can actually move forward in the past a little bit at a time. So I'm going to try to use history mode here. So if you think about it like this, you can actually move this bishop backwards in time, forward, up a square each time. So this bishop can go up that square in that board, that square in this board, that square in this board, that square on that board. But essentially, so if you look at the different views, these are just the moves I can make. If you see, though, there are boards that they're excluding, I can only make moves onto boards that it is my move. So it's only able to move to these 4 boards or 3 boards, 4 boards, because it's able to move on the board it is on. But in the past, it can only move on those. Okay. So bringing that over here. Okay, so this pawns went here. Oh, in chess, there's this move called castling. Simple, it switches the places, or not switches places, but it moves your rook closer into the center, and then your king out of the way. So yeah, so essentially this is just a regular chess game because there's only one timeline going. But let's see if I can do something in the past. Nothing too crazy just yet. I'm gonna move. Oh, I have my knight out there. I'm gonna move my bishop up here. Okay, this bishop moved out. So let me show you again. History view. So like you can see how it goes up incrementally, and that's how my bishop can move up the column through time. Right now. I'm gonna do this. Ooh, fancy. So if you understood a little bit how that worked, this is that this board had a move, and what happened was I moved back in time one space. So if you see this background, it's actually one square is two players' turns. That's one time step. That's like essentially a black square in the timeline, and then down one is a white square in the timeline, which is a parallel dimension. So now I have, this is called T8. At time step 8, there is only 0 levels of parallel universe. This is +1 level, so it's in my direction that this is created, because I created this timeline. If he were to go back in time at this board or this board, he would have a negative L1 or 1L board. So it would be in his direction because he created this timeline. If that's too crazy, just let me know. But for now, we have 2 timelines. We now have 3 timelines. So like I was saying, this is -1L. He created this timeline, so therefore it is his direction. It's now my turn to do. See if you for now. Preventing the fork that's there. Okay, so now I have 2 boards on the present. So I have to move both of these before I can actually do anything. So if you see, like, I do this, I can't submit moves because I only have 1 board moved when I have 2. So I'm not doing that because that was only a test. The one thing I can do here, I can check. And as soon as this happens, I think there is a chance that I'd be able to do something. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, there's a check. Much like regular chess, you just have direct contact. But now there's 2 kings on that, so it makes him more vulnerable on this chessboard. On here, there is no kings. So I have the ability to actually cross dimensions with my pieces, make multiple dimensions with more pieces. That makes sense. So I'm gonna try to do this, where I bring my queen into a different dimension. So I have 2 queens where he has 2 kings. And if you see again, I made this dimension, so I have +2L. In the level in my direction is another, what's it called? Level. I don't know how to say it, but a parallel universe in my direction. So this is the original timeline. These are parallel timelines adjacent to it. And depending on their moves in the next round. Okay. So you see he actually checked me. But you may be wondering, bishops are only allowed to do diagonals. How is this possible? So if you look at this, you can actually see, unfortunately you can't highlight their pieces on our turns, but essentially these squares, they go up like linearly, instead of diagonally through dimensions. So essentially this bishop isn't checking me in this board, but it's actually checking these two kings. It's weird. It's definitely I don't know how to say it. It's a head scratcher for sure at times, but all I have to do is capture there, and therefore both of these timelines are safe. Unfortunately, that leaves me open in this timeline to do for them to do a multitude of things. But I have other timelines that'll defend me from other timelines, which is weird to think about, but I like it, so hopefully it'll be fine. Alright. I'm gonna do this. Give him a check in the past. So, because I made a timeline in the past, there's the present has only been altered slightly. Now, I'm not entirely sure the differences between past and present moves, but because I made this move while I was doing my own turn, I think I was in check this turn, so I have to be, this is still the present, but usually whenever you move something into the past, the present bar would change back. So for this one, let's see. I think moving here would be good. Or moving here. Okay, so thinking about this fifth dimensionally, which can be really hard sometimes, and unfortunately I have not fully concepted this, but if I move to this square right here, that'll put this one in check. If that makes sense, like, great, you've just understood 5D chess, but unfortunately it could also be, I could do, like, if you look at all the possible moves, it's a lot more fun to look at too, because I can check them here. I think that's making the same timeline as back here, but in a different instance again, so I'd be able to do that. Again, making a white timeline that puts him in check, which is just insane. And then I can do this, where I would do... I think I would free up my queen so I can move things. Okay, so if you look at this, and you're saying they're in check, that's what I'm doing. It's obvious that these timelines can actually be stunted because of his turn, he doesn't have to put these forward. I think what happened was, because I made it at a certain time, not entirely sure, they do not count as true timelines or current timelines, but I believe these are just like side timelines that he can actually move still if he wants to, but he doesn't have to, which is annoying. You can actually do that with the future. If there's something that goes in the future, like the past is pushed back so much that you can't do anything, actually, which would be really good for me because then it would kind of line up with these two again. Sorry, nerding out a little bit. We shall see if I can turn this back time a little. Can I do this? Making the past undo that. Let's see if there's a true timeline object that I can turn back in. See if I can do this move. Would that make it a white timeline? Yes, it would. So, basically, what I'm understanding is these white timelines are non-necessary. But I want to make a necessary timeline. Let's see here. You can also like look at it through the time, and you can see that there's a spot that has been open since essentially round 1. Do you see that? The very pawn that I moved forward in the very first round. If I move this queen here, then I can set myself up for what Grant told me it was his strat as a grand reset, which I'll put into a smaller reset, but we'll be able to move that queen into the past. We'll do that. Create a new timeline. And that'll make another white timeline, which I think is correct in the terminology, where white timelines are timelines that I've created that do not have to be present, do not have to be concurrent with present. And similarly, black can make those black timelines, but I don't have to make a move on them. But if I pull this queen back long enough, then its present will re-catch up with everything. And hopefully I'll be able to win a lot sooner that way. That's there. So this king is exposed right now, and I want to get him out of there. Oh, well, that's a different move. And then I'm going to do this right now. Could be good, could be bad. We'll see. And then for that one, I'll do this, and then just do it. So pawn structure is very important, I would say, because if you look at this, and I put it in the history, so essentially my bishop can move as far back into the past as this pawn will let me. So if I try to go any further back, there's a pawn in the way, so I can't go any further back. So since it's on the column, I think, no, it's not the original column where the king was, but if I go back farther enough, this would have gone into a queen spot if there were no pawns in the way. But because everything is in the way, it can't go there. So basically, everything structurally wise with chess is still the same. Not same, but like beneficial in the sense that even if you go back in time, it's harder for you to like do things. Except when you do something like this, where my queen can go back all the way to the very first move, after the very first move, where my queen can do this. I won't do that, unfortunately, because I don't want to keep you guys here forever on the same game, but because all my winning timelines are over here, I want it to be right as that timeline is stemmed off. So there. Hopefully it does not make a white timeline, which does. Which I don't understand why I am mad. And like, this is one of those things where you're just like, well, that's nice. But you don't want to do that because that would do nothing. White time. Okay. I don't understand white timelines entirely. I think maybe there's some kind of variation that only allows a couple timelines. Let me see if I can do this. No. So if you look at this as well, I can also go back in time in a different dimension, like back here. Hopefully that turns to a purple timeline. Does not. All right. I am mad that I can't make new timelines in the past. Okay, so we just have to checkmate these ones then, until they move the other ones, because these are the boards I can move. That'll open up a possible thing. check. Can I do that? No, because why not, Luke? Why the fuck would you be able to make a new timeline? Okay, so if you saw there, he did move his pawn in the, like, did something in the future here, which was a check. He just checked that. So now his present is now canonic. If you see these purple unresolved, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. I want to say that this is interesting. I hate it. So if you see now, the present bar has moved forward because my unresolved board here is now resolved. Now I can also take moves in the future here, and so can black. But these are not pressed for to be answered because the present is all the way back here. Now if it catches up, then these have to be resolved. I think it's not a problem, but the way you can create purple timelines is if you do it either ahead of the present or I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is 5D chess, so everything is right because it's up. Let me just check something. 1, 2. No, that's a straight line. Making this more difficult than this out. Me too. I'll just submit the present. So sometimes you literally can only think about one thing at a time, and that's the beauty and ugliness of 5D chess. So if you see, the knight is actually similarly to a regular knight where you do 1 step forward or 2 steps forward or 1 to the side. You can actually go 2 steps forward and 1 to the side in a different dimension. You can do 1 step back and 2 steps forward. So if you see, this is the same knight as that, but in a different timeline. So you can actually, after this bishop, check. And that's what I'm thinking about doing. Not entirely sure. Feels though that's an easy way out. Let me just see if it makes a white timeline, which it does. And I do not want to do that because they are useless timelines. Unless they do a move, which because of certain XYZs, it probably won't because computers are smarter than humans. Even though this is the weakest of them all, I'm sure he's like, yeah, I'm not going to make moves for you. Look, that's essentially checkmate. Unless he does something in the future or in the past to go into this board. He can't capture this bishop. He can't move into these black squares. There's 2 kings right there. But there's this one can only move in each of these spaces or in the like an adjacent board. Which I think technically that would be this board as well. But I don't think he wants 3 kings on a board either. So we have this board that is in the present, and then those two boards that are in the future. Let's do the present one because I do not wish to think harder than I have to at the moment. So this bishop actually go here, which would put him in check, but because it's in the present, could make a purple timeline. It's not. It's a white timeline. White man. Typical. I am fury. Let's see here. So that bishop is going to be taken. So I want actually to move this back. And with that, I believe his bishop will be able to take my knight there. Make a new timeline. Hopefully just a black timeline. We shall see. Wait, what the hell? So in this timeline, I just checked somebody. Which does not make sense. Unfortunately, the analytical part of this game is stunted by the fact that you can only see which one side, the side that needs to move, can only do. Which I do not like shun at all, because considering that you have to like compute now, we're looking at 7 timelines now, 7, 8 timelines. I do not shun my computer, to having to look at this. So, like said earlier, present timelines have to be cut up. This is a present timeline. I think this used to be a white timeline. And I think he's only making these moves in the past because the present is more difficult than moving in the past. Because if you see, it's simple, just get out of check by capturing that knight. If I do this though, fucks with him just enough. But that would only make this purple timeline worse, which I can do. But because he doesn't have to move white timelines forward, it's not something I want to do, because I want to keep playing on the purple timelines, because those are the forced moves. So if I do this would be a check. Let's see, ooh, Grant is online. Let's see, he wants to play reels, so I can abandon this game. But like, this is the gist, essentially, where you like have to think fifth dimensionally. So that's a check. He'll move in this pawn in the way. He doesn't have to move this one up because it's a timed, what is it called? Thing. Let me just. Alright. Hello.
Hello.
Alright. Say hi to stream.
Hey, stream.
This is Grant, the man who gave me this game. Thank you so much for this. I was just explaining a little bit of like the theory behind it. I did a whole text document to explain the first dimension, the second dimension, the third dimension, and fourth and fifth of this game. It is super. I don't care about this game. It's totally fine. We'll just say versus trainer. It's 1-1. But I feel like I would have won that if I had. All right, I'm gonna.
Trainer's pretty good.
I don't. Yeah. I'm gonna. So that we don't get DDoSed, I'm gonna do this.
Really, I'm pretty bad.
It's okay. That. That. Alright, here we go. I'm now facing Grant. The true challenge is here.
I wouldn't go that far.
Alright, let's change this to versus Grant. Is it my turn or your turn?
You're
it's
white.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You know I can do that, right?
Oh, yep.
Okay. I'm going to not do that. I want to
I'm
see where
really
this is
bad.
going. It's totally fine. I kind of want to see where you're going with this night. Seems very important. Ooh. And so it begins. Mm-hmm. Same. Oh. This is where the fifth dimension comes in. The observer.
Hmm.
This stream has been sponsored by Bang. Drink it. Ooh. Unsay. Um.
Ooh,
Yeah.
interesting.
They're not doing too much yet, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Do you mind if I explain it? Like, not explain, but explain my theory as far as my why this is called fifth dimensions? Or do you want to
You
silent
can
thinking?
go ahead. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. So the first dimension is the x-axis, and then the second dimension is the y-axis. The third dimension for us is the z-axis, but for this game, it's crossing the dimensions. The fourth dimension is time, therefore moving backwards and forwards between each of the chessboards, each of the steps, and then as thinking about it, the fifth dimension is actually us. Like, we are in the fifth dimension of this game as observers of the four dimension old chess. How do you feel about my theory?
Interesting. It's certainly possible.
Mm-hmm. I see you're trying to create more dimensions of my queenless board.
Yeah, right now at least that's my plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Check. Oh. Hmm. I think I can only do this. Rather than cross dimensionally, I have something in that spot just yet. Stonks. Trying to think past stonks. You stream sniping?
What?
Are you stream sniping?
No.
I wouldn't hold it against you.
I don't even think I can. Or at least not very effectively.
You could see my eye movement.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, the sad thing. But I'm talking to stream.
You
Like,
got
it's
4 moves to make.
yeah, exactly.
Four.
There's just so much consideration here. I think I have to do that.
Four boards off here. You're kind of dying a little bit.
Possibly. I'm not entirely sure. Do something.
That's really not a great timeline for me.
Yeah. We'll make it like not easier because I have a plan, but we'll whittle down a couple queen places. That's what I was thinking you were gonna do. That was a good move. So I'm gonna I think I'm deafened. So it's not deafened. So basically, what I have going on here, because he's not stream sniping me. Ooh, he is able to make this timeline, and actually, luckily for not luckily, but unluckily for me, he actually made 2 timelines where he's attacking me with his knight right here. No wait, no he's not. Okay, so it's only that timeline. It stays within it, but he has the potential to, which is insane how you can think about it. Where you're like, if his knight was over 1 space, he would be able to fork me through dimensions. Now, forking, if you don't know, is a chess term for using one piece to attack 2 different ones. Which he is doing. Yes. Oh, okay. I'm discussing strategy with stream, and I will. I'll keep an eye.
I'm not watching the stream, but yeah, I extended my turn there.
All right. I think you actually helped me there.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't even thought that that was a possibility.
Mm-mm. I think that's good for me. Alright, chat. So basically, what I did here was I moved my knight up here in this dimension, up, and developed it. But also, if you... Okay, he moved it out of the way. Actually, that is a really good move for him. But I moved it so that he can't capture this pawn without being attacked by this knight. Because in this world, you can go down 2 spaces and up 1. Or adjacent 1. Which actually doesn't help me. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I did that right. Ooh, capturing the queen. I'll be right back. You have control of the stream. I'm back. Ooh. So I think I learned this during one of the games that I was playing against the trainer. These black timelines, and then subsequently also my white timelines,
You mean
I
the
don't have to move.
squares?
Do you see these arrows? You know how it's
Oh, the
black?
black time. Oh, you
Mhm.
don't have to move
I
those?
don't think so. We'll see as present catches up. But I feel as though there's some kind of like I'm not entirely sure what stipulation it is. There's a stipulation that means that certain timelines don't have to be pushed forward with the future or present. I'm not entirely sure what it means. I'm not necessarily sure like exactly why. But I don't know. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. So to test it, I'm just not going to touch this black timeline at all.
I think you have to.
I'll test it. Like if I have to, it'll show me. And like I'll make the other moves first before.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see how the present?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Why is that one
I
not?
have no clue.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to like analyze what exactly is the problem here. Hmm. Very interesting. Could it be like I'm just hypothesizing, and if you need me to be quiet, I can. But I think it might be. I'm gonna test this out next round. Okay, that's still weird because it now made another black timeline.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hmm. My original hypothesis was that you were stemming from a different time variation, like a different parallel universe that stemmed from the original timeline into a different one that also stemmed from the original timeline or in a parallel. But I can't place my finger on it just yet. I want to say if somebody knows in chat why black timelines are created or black or white timelines are created, if you've played this before, have a theory behind it, let me know. To reiterate, I guess, the situation, there are these timelines that are different than purple timelines that I actually don't have to move in these timelines, but I can if I want to. They're not in check, they're not doing anything in particular that I'm aware of that is illegal, or I mean, like, it wouldn't be illegal because you can't do those moves, but they're not crossing any boundary that I don't understand fully. I'm being checked in this position. Yes, that is accurate. Um, Actually, I think that's the only thing I can do there. I feel my heart pulping because I'm doing it like I'm drinking bang energy. I can feel my heart palpitations, which is probably not a good thing. Let's see if we can do something. Interesting. There's nothing I just took one of your knights in this black timeline, and it's still a black timeline. I think there's a way you can change them into purple timelines, but I could be wrong. Let me...
Is it because I have created way more timelines than you? I don't know.
Maybe. What, where are we at, L-wise?
I'm at -6, you're at
Plus 3.
+3. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, those are 2 above. Maybe. I'll try to create a couple more and see what that takes us to. Because, like, you have this -4L is still a timeline, even though I don't have 4 timelines.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I am muted. Okay. So stream. Basically, a couple of things. There was something I was going to try to talk about strategy-wise, but remember off the top of my head, which is the problem. I would say one of the few problems about this game is the fact that you can't remember exactly what we were trying to do originally because there's just so much going on. I think it was around the knight over here. I was trying to move this knight in the way or like an adjacent knight in order to either capture this or keep it out of harm's way. But because I had to move my knight, and I could have moved it literally anywhere else, I think I fucked myself a little bit by moving it up instead of to the right or left. But we shall see as far as timelines go. I may create a new timeline for this next round just to hold a little bit of the momentum. Because if you see this, like there are a lot of turns being made right here. And if I can make a new timeline on it parallel, then it'll take a lot more time for any of these to be thought through. Which is good and bad. I want to say that tempo is definitely an interesting concept of this game because for some boards you're forced to make moves. So like he has 5 boards right now he has not made a move on. And he definitely wants to make more moves on those boards, probably. And just looking at them, it's a lot harder to see possible ways for it to happen. I think I screwed myself early this game because I moved a queen back in time to double up queens, even triple up queens over here. And I think I haven't capitalized as much as I should from those. I want to see if I can do that. I'll try to find a way to get back to this triple queen timeline. Create more queens. Because there's a queenless timeline. This is a queenless timeline. That's 2, 3 queenless timelines. 4, 5. There's 5 queenless timelines right now. 6, 7. There's 7 queenless timelines. And I have like 2 or 3 double queened up timelines. Which should be my main focus. But right now, I'm being checked on multiple places. Which is very good. Because he's double checked me. Those are great moves, by the way. Sorry, I had to mute so I could like talk through my strategy with stream.
Okay, I thought I had checkmate, but I guess I don't.
I want to say that it's not checkmate purely because I can capture them on both boards and it's my turn.
Okay.
I do not know how, like, it'll go in the future, though, because I want to say...
Yeah, I was making that play hoping for a past or future checkmate.
That is a very good...
Hoping being the key word, because I'm definitely not good enough to be able to plan any of that out. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like, I didn't get, like, super lucky, but I was just, like, very fortunate in that.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
The present got moved very far back.
Okay, so you were right. You were very much right. So, because
Oh,
you
it's
had more
because...
timelines than I did.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Okay.
Then I guess you only have to do that one board, and then
Yeah.
you can end your turn. Yeah.
But can I do something else? The world shall see.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. You
That
see
was...
this?
Yep, that was intentional.
Oh, that's good. Alright. Alright. I see you. I see you. Unfortunately, I have to undo several moves in order to get to that.
Leaves you in a tricky spot across a couple boards.
Yeah. I like it. I very much like it.
Hmm.
Yes. I am seeing if there's anything I can do. What? That's not right.
Where was that check coming from?
That was just on the same board. If I capture your knight, your the other knight is protecting it.
Yeah, yeah.
I love the cats purring in the background.
Sorry about that.
No, it's totally fine. Totally fine. I love it. I mean it. I wasn't trying to like be sarcastic or anything.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I know I spent the entire time earlier talking about momentum and all that, and then make all those moves at the same time. But you know, just one of those things that multiple dimensions can really just fuck up your stream of thought. As it goes, though. I have a hotkey that is muting me. I don't know if it makes a noise or anything. But I think it does that. Okay. I'll take that as a no. All right, here we go. Whoa!
You only have one board to make a move on. That's an interesting timeline.
Oh yeah, we're all about the interesting. Yeah, banana. Banana. So is it like your cats are purring really loud, or are they just like your mic is so good that it's picking it up?
I think it's just picking that up
Nice.
accidentally.
No, it's
Can you
totally
still
fine.
hear them?
A little bit, on and off. It's not at all like they're. I'm assuming they're not like right up against your face or anything.
No, they're
That's
just
crazy.
in flat.
That's sweet. Nina. Nina. Hmm.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. So many timelines.
I'm just trying to make the minimum number of moves that I have to. There's a lot stacking up though.
Oh yeah. Soon we're gonna all have like 3-hour turns. So chat, there are now 1, 2, 4 moves he has to take as a present. But there are ultimately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus the 4 that he has to take now, are 13 timelines. This can get really fucked up really fast. And it's really annoying at times to think about him, because right now, well, look at me. Look at me. I'm at plus 6L. He's at minus 6L. So if I make 2 more timelines, there are timelines that now cannot be moved. Because I think the rule is you can't have more than 2 timelines ahead, or 1 timeline ahead.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
And I believe what he's trying to do with each of these boards, if you see, he's only making that 1 pawn move. And the pawn move that he's doing is in order to develop his queen, which is the most powerful piece in the game for sure. And accordingly, he'll try to get that piece out and about as fast as possible. Vibing with the music. Oh.
So many decisions.
Right? It's insane. It's pretty long to Vince. Like, it's gonna be. Well, depending on how many timelines we end up with. Yeah, it could very much be hours. Right now we're running 13 games at the same time, 14 games at the same time now. So there is all, like, seemingly limitless, but if we catch them all up, or if there's like one in the past that fucks up the future, but like, it will literally take a while. And it's like only certain points I had to focus on, but like there's still, like, if I look at the history view or the parallel view, these are the boards I have to focus on, and there's still a lot to come. Because like it splits in these views, it splits up what's there. And like if I get out of, nope, I didn't want that. All right. If I get out of those perspectives, these boards actually double in size in this flat version. Do they? What the hell? No, yeah, they do. Maybe not. Interesting. So you see again that there's a black timeline. So I don't have to move in that timeline, but you may be interacting still with the regular timelines, which I would have to worry about. And so highly depend on whether or not I want to make more timelines. That is a good ass check. Fuck.
That.
We're making it like we're doing a good job of keeping these like everything intertwined. Cause like there's no like not too many like straggling timelines. If you understand what I'm saying, it's like all these all these timelines are like actually close together enough that these moves will matter to each other. And like each of these, like you can send pieces into every part of this row. And check in the present.
Oh my.
Yeah. I think that's a good move for me. For now. For now. For now. For now. Aaron, it's 5D chess. It is amazing. You know what's gonna be even more amazing? Watch this.
What the hell?
I was waiting for a different move, but this puts a smile on my face. Oh yeah. So I muted him real quick. So he doesn't have to explain all this exposition. But explanation. But Aaron, basically what happened here, I took a bishop from this board over here to this board over here to make a parallel timeline that's down here. With every square in this direction. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Every square in this direction is a time step forward. Every square in this direction is a parallel universe. And therefore, we have created this good lord of a mess. It is beautiful. It's like playing simultaneous chess with one person, but like with magic. I just described this as playing like simultaneous chess with multiple people, but with one person, and then also like magically making things appear. I am a Time Lord.
Luke's just trying to get me to play a regular game of chess with him on the timeline.
Yep.
SMH.
On structure is amazing. I would put all my channel points on moot. Thanks. I would not all of them, but I would try. I made myself work harder than I have to.
This is spicy.
Oh, he's black. Right. Oh man. I'm still getting that like a attachment to this game feeling, because like I honestly feel as though this is just getting so complicated that I don't feel as though losing this would feel bad. I don't have to win all the timelines. It literally only has to be one timeline that is in checkmate, but it can be from any other timeline. It's winning one timeline. So basically,
did you submit your turn?
No, I didn't. I'm
okay.
I'm still thinking about turns.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
So like if I move a piece in a certain spot that gives a past version of his king in check or checkmate, then he has to either move or lose. I guess. I don't know. I could very much stall on other ones and Who knows? Maybe I am stalling in other ones. It's a strategy. But there is also like just so much going on here. Maybe stalling in this one because I am not feeling confident in that timeline. But yeah, just so far so good. You can't make too many timelines. What are you talking about? I am a grandmaster. Shit, I was just looking at this. This one? So like I was saying earlier, I'm feeling attached. So you can't make a mistake like ever. You can make a ton of mistakes because there's too much to pay attention to, and I feel as though he's already seen all my mistakes.
You can just escape into a different timeline if you make a mistake.
Exactly. If you look at this timeline, there are 2 kings there. That's where I'm coming from. I'm coming from one of these timelines up here where he has more control. But I'm still worried about this particular time. Where is it? That particular timeline. So very much like how Vince was saying, I am stalling in that one. There's a reason why I made this move all the way back here. We shall see.
That wasn't... Well... That's fine. That wasn't really what I wanted to do.
I want to say development is huge, and I definitely not done exactly what I wanted. There's a good chance I'm not even like understanding why you had that little doubt or whatever. Yeah, it is. It's really like you have to think like overthinking is almost not possible. Well, it is possible if you think about it in one board, but there's no way to like fully comprehend. Wow, I'm the top streamer for 5D chess right now. Good shit. Thank you, 5D chess. Thank you, Grant, for this game. I mean the overall, what is it called, game. Like, thank you for 5D chess gifting this to me. This game has actually been going on for a while. We've been kind of like trying to process all the moves. So there's a good chance, unless there's a timer, which I don't think there is.
I'm checking you. This night is checking you on 3 boards.
Yeah. That's fucked up. Get you. What? That is a really good move. Damn. He's attacking on my double king board. That's not allowed. The unnecessary. They're like literally scroll all the way up. It's just crazy. I honestly like it's this challenge to like see all these what is it called? These boards playing out. Like if you zoom out all so much, we have about where is it now? Like 16, 8 levels for me, and 7 levels for you. So this would be 16 because of the original timeline. 16 boards though we're trying to play on. Yeah, no, we're playing semi-seriously. I definitely feel as though this is not something you can fully like get into unless you just have like 6 head, not even 5 head. This would be 6 head gameplay if you were like seriously playing this game.
I'm very bad at chess.
I'm very bad at multiple dimensions. So that's why we work so well as a competitive. Yep, you have to have that extra mention of heads. I actually have done a couple of these puzzles, Travis. But I don't think I ever get past like the 3 or 4 move puzzles. I can do all the main ones because it kind of makes sense. But anything beyond that, I'm just gonna be honest, it's not going well for me. Like many of these games. Oh wow. Shit. Let's make it a lot harder. That's not allowed. What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Maybe after this game I'll go over a couple of them or something, or maybe at some point. Feel free to drop a follow if you. I'll probably play this again because I love chess. I grew up in the chess world. Fuck. Yeah, fuck. Don't know what I want to do because I want to do things, but I don't want to do things. If that's a thing I can do, and that's a thing I can do, but that's probably not something I can do. A lot of this is like just keeping the game moving forward because like there's a multitude of games. Oh man, this is gonna be a huge turn for you. And then next turn is gonna be all the timelines for me. Oh god. Unless you make it a past timeline, which would make it semi-easier, but still impending doom. Bishop 5, King Cactus 3, Tricky Checkmates, and Advanced Bitch King. Okay. I only did the very beginner ones, like in the... Oh shit, am I checking somebody? Ooh. Interesting. So this is like part of the thing that is like amazing about this game. Ooh, there's really no way to fully know what's going on. Did you figure out that one move? Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty easy to stop that.
That's good. But now I can take his queen. But yeah, as far as all the puzzles, I have not done all the puzzles. I've done very beginner parts of it. Like, this game is fairly new to me. Like, I go quickly into my shop. I have only 5 hours. Like, not even. I feel as though that's a little inaccurate because I think I had 5 hours before. And that was literally like 2 or 3 games with my friend here, Grant. And I don't know. If you take one queen, it doesn't matter how advanced the board is. Yeah, honestly, it is very true. If you take any piece, it's really like it's not there, but it's also the fact that it's literally like you can jump back in time. You can literally do parallel universes and bring a new piece in. It's like the game is all of these pieces. And yes, you can count all of them, but you only need a certain amount. You only need like a couple. And it's just, I love it because I like growing up with chess. It's literally, I love the 64 squares, and it's just like such a like massive world that you can get into. Am I checking somebody? What the hell? But it's just like insane. It's literally just world breaking. All you need to find is a checkmate, and the piece has them can't be taken. Yes, exactly. There's literally so much going on. Like, I'm not even 6 head, and I'm getting so fucking lucky. Look at that. There's like no way I can like... I didn't even think about this, but these are the 4 boards I didn't touch, I think. From earlier. And I didn't think about opening up that rank. It's huge, which makes it impossible almost. It is almost impossible. And like, no, it's my bishop. I think it might be my queen. I think it's this bishop that's attacking through all these ranks. I don't think it's my turn, so I can't see. I was saying this earlier, but I can't see past a certain point.
Oh, okay, I can't undo that one.
Yeah. What is it? There's like so much going on. I'm like trying to talk to chat a little bit, so sorry if I go silent or anything. But yeah, basically, it's almost incomprehensible how you like move certain pieces around. Like Aaron, you were right. It is the upper four. These ones are the ones that I moved. But like, it's like almost as like if you're like very lucky, statistically lucky. Like all you have to do is place your pieces in the right rows, columns that are kind of open and kind of open over dimensions, and then you get really lucky. I had a mate in 6 moves, and we didn't even know it was mate in 6. We opened up the E file or E rank or column, and it just like my bishop was just basically checkmate him in the pass, which is insane to think about. There's just literally, there's like, you can't comprehend how good or bad you're going unless you have like super high sensitivity to certain things. Because right now, counting it up, 8, I think I'm on +8. He's at +7. This is 16 timelines. Yeah, plus the L0, which is the original timeline. There's too much. Yeah, no, it's, oh my god. It's literally 5 head, like 5D, 5 chess, 5 head, 5D chess. Literally, there's just so much going on. Because, like, luckily we have these, like, we're able to see where these, sorry for the flickering, but like, we're able to see where these bishops and knights are all going through places, through parallel universes. There's, like, almost too much to try to comprehend for our little minds. Like, I feel as though computers will have a much better time at this, but even then, they still have to, like if you think of a calculator, they have to do, like, an instant math. It's easy. I've had games of the one or two games I played with a computer. There was the one game, it was in, like, 4 or 5 parallel universes, and he was, like, it was the weakest level, and he was just like thinking through all of them, and it's just insane to even comprehend how often it is. Like, I love it. It's beautiful. It's like not beautiful Mayan shit. Like, I don't know. Maybe I am crazy, but it's just like, wow. Like, there is just so much going on. And I was saying this to Grant earlier. I think I still have it muted, but like, there's almost no reason why I would ever be mad at anyone playing this game. This is like. So, like the game itself is probably the only thing I would get mad at, but only because I don't understand it fully. It's just, yeah, you literally can't comprehend. Like, all of this is just black and white spots. Like, I'm not even trying to think about it, because, like, that would just drive me insane. Like, I will truly be beautiful mind if I try to understand any of this. Literally, I'm thinking about this knight going into that board. That's possible, but I don't know whether or not it's going to do anything. I know that there are 4 knights on that board, and I don't want to move that any forward than it is. Yeah, there's 16 boards. There's 7 on his side, the original timeline, and 8 on my side. So that's 16. Yes. Quick math. Brain. Oh, shit. Just insane in the membrane, bro. Yep. Next turn, if he makes all of his turns, I have to make 16 moves. Unless I put one in the past, like he said. That's kind of what this happened right here. But I couldn't fully understand, or I saw that it was possible. It's more of a, like, I wish I could, like, do it kind of thing. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that I'm muted, so I don't want to distract him. Okay, good. But, like, part of the reason why I make moves is literally just for the potential. Like, What can I do? What is going to be possible to do some things? It's just world breaking, world shattering kind of thinking. Yes. So there is, I think I did find the rule. Basically, if, and I think this might be mate, I'm sure there's a move he can do. He's just not thinking about it. But basically, if I time travel too much, like I think I can't have any more than 2 ahead of him. I can have an additional timeline. So right now I do have an additional timeline. So he has 7 timelines. I have 8. If I add another timeline, it'll become a white timeline because I'm playing white. If he adds 2 of his, or 3, I think would it be? Because it has to be, you get an additional timeline, and then the next one would be a pure your timeline. Then you don't have to move it, but it's an optional timeline. Like it's a very, like, until I make more. It's basically, I think the rule is if you have any more than 2 timelines than your opponent, one of those timelines has to be a, what is it called? Has to be an optional. Alright, that's insane, honestly. Nice job. Like, I literally...
That was nuts.
Yeah.
I think I'm through.
Yeah, that was... Oh my god.
Alright.
Yeah, we've literally been playing... This isn't one game we've been playing. This is one game. And we have now 16 timelines. Possibly more, depending on whether or not Grant or I just, like, do a little cheeky shit. It's gonna be funny. We were talking about doing clocks at one point, but I feel like if it ever gets to this point, I don't know how much I can actually time myself for, because I think I would take like an hour or so soon, because this is going to be 16 timelines I have to do something in. Which, like, not to be that guy, but I'm probably very much likely just go forward and do a backwards timeline. But then that would be optional. Actually, I can't do that, because that would be 2 ahead. Ooh, interesting. Now I'm forced to do all... Okay, this is a different dynamic too. Because I would be 2 ahead. That makes whatever timeline I have not the present. So the present is the force move rank. So that's why he has to make these 3 moves right now. He's already made all these moves. The Cox would just adjust stream. Yes. Yeah, it would literally just, like, you would have to play essentially blitz chess, but, like, growing a number of boards. I think the ruling is that you can, like, increase time, but only by, like, a margin for each timeline. And it's just, it's not enough. It's never enough.
I had a really good move, but I'm not seeing it now.
Right? It's really insane. Like, you have to, like, think about that one move that you're trying to keep going in your head before you, like, make all the other moves. But when you have to, like, divert your attention for a fraction of a second, like, it's like having ADHD without having ADHD. Like, you're literally impossible to, like, think about what happens next. It's insane. I love it.
I think that was the move.
It looks like it.
I think so.
That's a good move. I'm only saying that's a good move because, like, he's moving these knights in such a way. What the fuck? I guess I checked him again. I literally do not even know how that's even possible. That's insane. Oh, wait, you've already just solved that one. Never mind. But yeah, basically...
Looking for legal turns.
Yeah. This computer is working. Basically, what I'm concerned about with this, especially this knight, maxed out board... Stressful. Right? Oh my god.
I had to solve like 3 or 4 different checkmates there.
Oh my God. You just want to like for the mates you missed. Oh, I I really I think there may have been like at least a few different ones that I could have done. I just don't know about. Like I didn't even know those two mates were a thing. That's insane. It's insane to like try to play this game. I feel like at least like I think you were saying this, Travis, but like essentially it's very hard to like get to that point. I technically missed hundreds. All right. Well, that's statistically very probable. And look, there's legal turns that are not yet even like it's looking at all the legal turns. It's
You are in check on 2 boards. Okay.
all right. That is important. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I would agree entirely. Okay. So this knight, I believe, is checking. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this important? No, I'm getting checked from a different board. Right. Oh, okay. So it's good to make a move even if you don't mean to. Look, so now I understand that this knight is checking me in the past, which is, like I said, annoying. Let's see here. So I can't move this board forward because this next turn, this knight can go and capture this king. Right? Yeah, this king. I want to say okay. So yeah, I have 2 boards that I have to be concerned about. Let's see real quick. Similarly, that king is going to be under attack if that board moves advanced. So, the simple plan is to capture that pawn or capture that knight. All right. Capture 3 dimensions. That's a pawn. You have to advance in time in order for. Everything. Fuck. Say so. Do you think you can show me your first moves when it's his turn? Yeah, I can. I can definitely do that. I will do that as soon as I'm done with all these. You may have to remind me though, because this is gonna take a bit. I'm assuming if you're saying there's a lot of missed moves, then there's like very early game stuff that we can do to like make these games quicker or eliminate each other faster. Alright, I'm looking at this board. I have to capture something else. I think I'm forced to use my. Oh, what? Ooh. Didn't mean to. I might be forced to move that. So, we'll see. I know I want to do that. Remove that from the board. I think this middle board with a check definitely could have been mate if I didn't have this queen up here right above it. I don't know. I'm not seeing whether or not there's another one on the board below. I feel as though capturing is harder because I want to say these pawns, this pawn, no, this pawn. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure of the pawn structure or pawn motion. I think that's it. Like I'm forced to capture that because of the time, because it's in the past that you're checking me.
That makes sense.
So like I said earlier, this is a white timeline, so therefore he doesn't have to move it because I'm over the cap. Yeah, no, I mean I feel as though like starting from the very beginning, like if you're really good at the game, Travis, like it would be probably very beneficial to have another set of eyes watching it. Might like to keep that as a white just in case you make a new timeline. This makes another one timeline though. And this game could honestly go on forever. So hopefully I can do something and I'm gonna call that a loaded timeline. So that whenever you make a timeline, my loaded timeline would also be introduced. I don't know if that makes sense. Quite frankly, I don't think many of these moves are probably going to be very poor choices. We shall see. Oh, that's in the past, so I can't do that. Okay. That's true. Doing like cross-dimensional lash. Fucking pins, bro. Freaking pins, bro. I'm good as far as checks so far. A lot of these pawn moves I'm just doing to like pass the board up. It's one board, okay. Jesus Christ. That was a huge ass turn. Alright. Let's see if they get some better music going on here. Let's see. Pog Pop Champ. Can't say Pog Champ anymore. What the hell? What did I do here? Shit, I did that. Oh, it's a new guide for PogChamp. That is true. I would agree, because that actually happened with one of our first games. Every 24 hours. Okay. Nice. Yes, I would agree. So I'll just look at these. That reminded me, like, this is how we started our early game. I think I learned early on. Let me just mute. I'm sorry. I don't want to distract. So how I usually start now that I've played a few games. So he just made a new timeline, which made. I thought that would make my timeline. Okay, we'll see. But basically, I start very small, and I think we both learned that we only want to like move our pawns forward or change our pawn positioning only in the like as soon as more pieces have been introduced. I've only had this one pawn up the entire time, and I think this is the main timeline still. God damn it, I really don't like this. What is it called? Like everything you're not able to do, which makes sense. Like it flashes light literally everywhere, and I can't even like analyze things. That's what I was saying earlier. Like analytically, it's hard to play this game because you're like thinking back to a point where it can always like you're thinking back to a constantly changing state, because not constantly, but like a possibly changed state. Like something could happen that makes the other move or pretty much any board obsolete or as powerful as fuck. Yes, I would agree. There's definitely those lanes. I think that's what happened earlier when he was working on, where the bishops were just working on that king lane because he didn't castle yet. And I think castling is either important very early or like midway game because of those like files. I can't remember the exact terminology, and it's a shame as a chess player that you don't know. I believe it's ranks are the rows and columns are the files, and I can't remember exactly the terms, but basically that king file literally is the most dangerous file, and I did not maximize that potential here. I guess like definitely I could have done it in the beginning, but I said this earlier in our stream, and you weren't there for it, but basically, in this board right here, the one underneath or above my mouse, this queen could have taken that knight, and because he's not super into chess, I just didn't do it. You're totally fine. You're totally fine. Castling is very hard to set up without giving your opponent a possible queen check. Yes, I would agree that literally it's impossible. Not impossible. It is very hard because you have to open up that back file, and literally like having that fourth dimension means any possibility of him coming back in time and getting to that back line is just going to make it even worse for you, because that's checkmate if the correct timeline is being accessed by a queen in the back file or a rook in the back file or a bishop in the future of the back file, because you know how that works. Did you finish your turn? Is that why it's looking for legal turns?
It has been a while.
Oh, shit. I've been like explaining things. I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries.
Oh my god.
I don't think you can do anything while it's looking for legal terms.
Yeah, I can look at it, but it's essentially just looking at white noise at this point. So, did you make a new timeline? I heard the rumbling noise.
No, I just moved a piece.
Okay.
I guess 2 pieces.
I think that's right. Yeah. And I don't think this is gonna DDoS, but I'm gonna Control Shift Escape here. I'm gonna show you exactly how much work this computer is going to get through. Oh, for a second, it stopped. So if we look here, I think I already DDoS whatever vulnerabilities or whatever. Basically, this is 5D chess running, and since it's still looking for legal turns, this is just gonna keep on going up or like hovering around the same level. You see it? It's going 44, 43, 42. I think there's a max inside the game, but the CPU is definitely running a lot, and that's partially because I'm streaming, partially I'm running music and Discord. But like, this program alone, 41% of that use of the CPU, which is God, what is it? Damn it, kind of thing. This computer is working through 64 to the nth fucking possibilities. Time like to the 16th, because there's like 16 boards now. And I think what you were saying earlier is that a lot of games can be achieved or finished very early on. And I would agree with that statement if you do the right things. But I feel as though we also are countering those things as we are playing very reserved in the beginning. I'm just putting an explanation here because I'm not looking at any turns, because literally I won't be able to know whether or not certain moves are going to be available because the computer is working out whether or not I can go through dimensions, I can go through time, or anything like that. It's insane. But shouldn't it be compounded because it is a combination of moves, right? It is not looking for a combination of moves. It's literally just looking for that one piece's ability
Looks like it
to
finished.
go anywhere else. It hasn't for me yet. But hopefully soon. I guess like the specific math, I don't know. I don't think I did that correctly because it's based on the places each piece can move, and based on each of these boards. So there are currently an average of, let's say, very very rough math, but I'm gonna say 30 pieces on each board still, and that's 16 boards, and then that's with the ability to go backwards in time, which means all of these boards are available to move at, with all of their own 64 boards, which means that literally just like computing this is just gonna be hell for like a basic calculator. And I'm not assuming that my computer is a computer or a calculator, but like it is even as napkin math, that's literally just impossible to comprehend. I feel as though this is reaching the upper limits of like mental capacity in general in order to like understand what all is going on. And this is also introducing new pieces that either shouldn't be there to a just a normal chess program, or pieces that are like you're essentially creating matter because of time travel, and it's just like it warps the comprehension little by little, and then becomes an entirely different thing. So now it finally told me that I can play a move. Insanity. Quickly muting, I'm sorry. I don't want to keep you in silence, but...
Oh, no worries.
Sorry, okay. So, I'm a hyper analogous person. I literally just like think just off into my own world kind of thing. If you believe in it, the Myers-Briggs for me is an INFP, which is literally like a fantasy world generator person who just like literally can't stop thinking about fantasies. And essentially chess is the ultimate fantasy for me, I guess. I don't know. But like worlds upon worlds kind of thing. Ah, shit. Alright, so I was thinking this pawn has to move out of the way because of this bishop. If you look at the progression of where this bishop can eventually go to, this pawn is in the way of that king. Now, if you don't understand that, don't worry. That's not what normal people are supposed to think about. But currently, that's what I'm thinking about. So I'm trying to get something right here or right there to move this pawn out of the way. Or just capture the pawn. With a queen, possibly. I'm like trying to think about it. If that's actually possible. I'm just like, wait a minute. If I can get... Fuck. I'm not like I'm hyper focusing on this like small section. It's like it's literally the smallest thing I'm hyper focused on is the checkmate. Literally, that's all you have to worry about. Checkmate. Now, what I'm thinking now is that this multidimensionally thinking. This is a diagonal that the bishop can attack, protect, anything on. So I'm looking for a queen to be on any of these spaces, which it does not seem like it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be something I can do right off the bat. Basically, also, knights are just like on crack in this one because they actually don't need those interstitial dimensions, because actually the reason why I can do that with my bishops is that each of these dimensions provides a space for my bishop to land on and then keep moving forward. Now, knights don't need that. Yeah, they don't move that far, but they don't need those interstitial dimensions. So if I had a knight here, I could actually move it up here because, or even though there's no dimension here for it to land on. I don't know if that makes sense. They don't move that far, but they can be killer in the right positions. That's why actually his knight positioning, even right here, I didn't even think about that check. His knight positioning is fucking annoying because these knights can literally go anywhere. It's just they can only move through two timelines in a single move, but they can be devastating. If I can't move my king like out of the way, or if this king was replicated over multiple timelines parallel to this, I wouldn't be able to move too much. You can checkmate easily with a king with enough timelines or the correct timelines. This bishop is actually okay, blocked by this queen, which is what I want to fuck with soon. So yeah, there's two, like, I'm working with my bishops right now and he's working with his knights. And I feel as though, personally, I can't do as much because of the fact that he hasn't moved his pawn line for most of these. Which is like, I'm lucky to get a couple of these pawn lines open, like you were saying earlier. And I feel as though knights are not far superior, but if you're playing against people that have no pawn movement, which Grant has successfully done very well, it's really hard to like think about because like look, even with the white noise that is, yes, fuck. All right, I capture there, step. That's a check. He can move out of the way. That it's not a total check at all. It's like things like this. You have to like literally think what can happen in X board or what can happen in this other board. I love this game. If I move backwards in time. Maybe. Say if I set up, like if I fix this, because not unfortunately, he's new to chess. He's new to chess in the sense that like he doesn't do it as often. He understands the rules of the game. He understands, I'm pretty sure, most of what each piece does. Well, yeah, no, it takes children. It's child's play to do that. But like he's definitely got strategy on his side. He's a very intelligent person. I am like not scared in the sense that, oh man, I fear him or anything like that. But he can be like such a good strategist. Like you can't literally, what is it called? You can't underestimate Grant because like he's like thinking in so many levels ahead, and that's why he has the dimensional mentality while I have the chess mentality. Like I'm playing chess, but there's like he's playing the real game where it's like this knight goes here, and then therefore in the next move he's gonna attack this board with these knights. Something fucky is gonna happen. Similarly, I feel as though no. Which board? Just there? Like he just moved there. In this part, I just moved there at that last round. Nothing has been keeping me from this very top board. Yeah, the bone of the very top here. I just moved my knight here, and then that would have been captured in the next turn, which would have been this turn. Then he moved this knight here, which would have been captured in the other turn. This bishop has been here this entire time. I'm not sure which part you're looking at, but none of these pieces could have been captured until this turn. Unless you're talking about this part, but he just moved out there too. On captures, maybe? I'm not entirely sure if you're looking at it at those specifically. But yeah. This knight moved in order to take that knight. This knight moved in that direction. I'm assuming he's trying to do something screwy with this part. Yeah, unfortunately, like I was saying earlier, the way you analyze is like so fucked up because if you move your cursor over any piece of the passboard that you can't touch, it just turns white. And like I know that you saw that the processing of all of these moves is literally just like taking my board like over, or not my board, my computer over the edge. Not over the edge, but like essentially there's just so much going on that my computer has to process. Like it's not like a calculator, like one done kind of thing. There's literally just millions of moves that you can make. But like it's almost like infuriating to see certain things. I think. Okay, I don't understand pawn movement. It has to be in the future that it's talking about, because I think none of these are future timelines. I think pawns can capture in the future if there's like a timeline ahead, which I don't have any of those because if you see, this is all caught up to the present now. There's nothing in the past, which is annoying. And I can't make any new timelines, so I'm kind of forced to be here. But yeah, what is it called? There is these knights right here. I'm trying to figure out, because I can take with this knight, and I think he wants to do something with this one in particular, because he moved it there, and he didn't capture my knight here, which I don't think his plan here with these knights is to be like capturing or reducing the amount of stuff he has there. He's just purely trying to do madness. And I can't, but none of these moves in the back are possible, because if you look down here, this white timeline is not forced to be moved up. But everything else is like I feel as though he's doing definitely a lot better because he just hasn't been developing. He hasn't been doing too much. And I think I fucked up by pulling my bishop back all the way back. If you see, because he's not open to anything. Like, look at my pawn structure versus his. I think the only way you get the pawn line moved is by throwing all your nut pieces at his knights. Yes, I would believe that if I do any mixture of fuckitude, that I'm unfortunately I just don't have, not the mental fortitude, but like I don't have that patience for what you're suggesting, which is something that would very well be the right way to go at it. And I can't make any new timelines, so I literally have to think about the present. Let me just focus on the one that's unchecked in. So this is, oh, it's just regular check. So what I was gonna say earlier is that he's definitely playing both versions of the game, where it's like he has to play regular chess, that's a regular chess check. But I feel as though there's also moves that he's like multidimensionally looking at will eventually fuck with me. If I move my bishop here, this bishop here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Grant's gonna be off Discord, so I don't need to worry about that, but I'm on mute still. So yeah, a possible strategy I can do is move a bishop in such that this file is abused, which I think was my original plan to do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I think I get stopped by that pawn. Then I move this, yeah, this unfortunately, this pawn will fuck with me. So I do that, and then so luckily parallel dimensional movement is a lot easier to do, especially with these not being developed, and literally I only have to worry about his knight or possibly adjacent pieces. But for the time being, I think he's trying to move this bishop out of the way so that this queen can be freed up. I'm going to try to abuse that. This is also checking me. in the lower part. Okay. So I have to capture that way. So that's what I'm talking about. He's very good at this type of stuff. Yep. That's why I don't underestimate Grant. There's just so much going on. No, that's it. That's the protected piece. God damn it. Grant, if you're watching, fuck you. You're allowed to watch. That's not the problem here. I'm saying fuck you because you're so good at this. You understand how other pieces move to sound? Yes. Ish. I'll wait until the apple is done. So basically, real quick powwow. I don't know if you do. I feel as though you do because you seem very knowledgeable on it. But basically, if you want to go through the time with the rook, it literally will stay in the same place. If you want to go through time or through parallel universes with the bishop, through time it'll be, well, through time diagonally will be the same spot. Through time backwards, straight backwards, is just one square in each direction. I don't understand pawns. That's the only thing. But I feel as though pawns, my theory, and I'm sure you can confirm this, pawns need a future timeline to go to in order to cancel. Okay. Thank you, thank you, Vince. not to out Grant. I think he's on a call right now. They capture upwards, so I'm assuming this, like, if there was a timeline right here, then yes, it would capture in that direction. Which, unfortunately, for me specifically, Grant has all of the power in sense that he can make, that he's the only one that can make timelines now, if he so wishes. And that's like part of the thing, like, I'm trying to fully get. Okay, so this knight, two down, one across. This king. I think pawns would only be able to capture to the left. So in the past. Mom's moved up the timeline, they also moved to the right. I'm trying to find a pawn that can do that. Does it have to be on the same square? Because I understand the regular pawn capturing is essentially the diagonal ahead or above. So because of how timelines are going, literally my side is the very bottom of it, and then it steps up into his timelines. So my timelines are my baseline, and every new one becomes a new one. I want to say pawns capture forward, like you're saying, and then diagonal, because that's how normal pawns capture. And it's just wild. I don't even know. It's so trippy how this is. Oh, so it feels so good because I'm like a huge geek when it comes to like Doctor Who and like time travel movies, because in some theories are like you can change the past, and other theories you can't change the past. Obviously, this prescribes to the one that you can change the past, and alternate timelines do exist, and all that stuff. But like, so insane. I love it all. But unfortunately, there's just like so much you can get. I'm slowly working on it. I've worked on it recently, and I got to the point. I don't want to spoil for anyone who hasn't watched it. I got to the point where they explained that somebody was back from the past or something. Like they repeated. This is again like I can't remember because I haven't done it in a bit. I haven't done like yeah, I would have to do that. I think you said that there was a dark website that kind of explains where everything is at based on the chapter you're in. I kind of was going to ask you about that at the point where I was because I think I lost myself a little bit. I got lost in the sauce. Fuck. Yeah, no, I actually have just finished catching up to The Mandalorian season 2. I couldn't find it, unfortunately. Oh, man. It's fine. I just need to rewatch it, honestly. Movie night. Okay, so I think out of all the checks that Grant has for me, so now I just need to make moves. And hopefully, it helps, pawns can move upwards, but it can the same tile. Okay. But it helps to draw a family tree. Okay, that makes sense. Because I think right now there's like, the one kid is already in the past, and then he's met his father and his mother, but they're not together anymore. I don't, not to spoil anything else, but yeah, I've been just making slow progress, and I think I just got caught up in something else right as I got to an important part. So this bishop does the nasty with that pawn. Then this bishop nasty with that pawn. Queen, no nasty. I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna throw checks at him. I think that'll be the best thing I can do strategically wise. But I can't make new parallel timelines. Mikkel. Yep. I was actually surprised that he didn't understand that he was in the past. Because he was just like, I think he's supposed to be like 5 or something, which kind of makes sense, but he's like, he definitely looks 13. And like, as I think it's like temporarily, like his original timeline, he had, what is it called? Like, I'm sure he was playing a video game or something. And let's just move that. Sorry, I was just looking at a move I could possibly do. But yeah, he was a magician. I don't remember that part. I think I remember like he had action figures and stuff. I don't remember magic being a part of it. There's other characters to use, but I don't want to spoil it because I don't know how far you were. Yeah, understandable. I definitely like. I had at least a couple like points in like into the future, and I remember you were saying it's like German. What is it called? Fuck. What's that other movie or Stranger Things? And I like at that point, I think it was even like the second point or second time in the second episode I'm thinking of that was immediately just better than because of the amount of foreshadowing and everything. Because I think Stranger Things is a very spoon-fed, multi-dimensional stuff, but like this one, I guess maybe it was also the translation, but it was like, oh wait, is this the one that you were talking about? Is essentially it's not necessarily about science, but it's more about a love story. I remember you were talking about a show, and I think it may have been this one. For everyone else in chat, this is technically relevant because Dark is about time travel. Oh, never mind then. Grant, if you're watching, I think I just mated you, but who knows, you know? Who fucking knows? Right. Why did I do that? That pawn is in the way of something, I think. I can't undo. That's another thing. Yeah, honestly, who would ever know? That not as much as... I mean, it's about the F72, but it's not... Okay. Were you saying... I'm sorry, I'm scrolling back into your thing. It starts out, it turns to something very different. Okay. So are you saying that the it starts out like that and then turns into something very different, like sciencey wise? Because I'm like still down either way, but I was just like I think I understand where you're coming at. You don't want to spoil anything, and I actually, with 5D chess coming into it and the time play, I need to get back into it because I'm in the middle. I'm on a break because I finished The Mandalorian season 1. And then we can do Mandalorians into season 2, or we can even do Dark if you wanted to, movie nights or whatever. Still, I think like some of these timelines I just have to make moves, and literally that's all I have to do. And I just not refuse to do it. I'm just not doing it as I should. Is that 16? Okay. Alright, this pawn is going to be a bitch. I think I might have things that he has to pay more attention to. If Grant is listening, though, there's a good chance he's going to be able to see this coming. Let's see if I can move this knight. Ooh, that makes everything work. I think I can submit now. Grant, I'm sorry. It was probably taking like an hour for that turn to be done. Oh my god. This is like... beautiful. I want to say just like seeing everything, like right now I can tell obviously that there are like pawn rows and everything going on. It's just like seeing how much these timelines are taking into place. There's so much to think about. It's insane. So I don't know if you can see this at this level, but I do have a few checks going on, and it's actually incredible because I didn't intend to. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 checks I'm going through right now. And I want to say just like beautiful mind, like it's working. But he's obviously, he's countering all of them. And there's some that's just, you can't fuck with. And it's beautiful. Because like all of these were all these chick queen moves. Yeah. Okay. Grant, if you're watching still, I'm very sorry. I did not intend. So that's the thing. I can go halfway. It's not in checkmate. It's not. There's obviously going to be ways he can go through it. I think there's a thing right here in this place that he can probably do in order to counter certain things. And it's just, it's tantalizing how beautiful this is because there's just so much going on. And it's almost like my strategy is basically shotgun, where I can do very straightforward things with bullets, but some could be hit, some could be miss. And that's essentially what I'm doing. I think he's doing sniper, where essentially at some point he's going to have one plan that I'm not going to think about. I'm going to be unsuspecting. And he's just going to snipe me. And he what's it? Thank you for the follow, by the way. He's going to find a place that will be my weak spot because I'm not paying attention to it or I'm doing all this. And then he's just going to be able to checkmate me instantly. But for me, because I'm a chess player, I think this is my only advantage, really. I'm playing each board individually, or at least the boards around it as well, that I can, like, make volleys, essentially. Small volleys into his game, and, like, it's something that if I get close enough to him, essentially, there is not much he can do about it because of all of these going on and the possible future stuff. It's almost impossible to fully understand what's going on because I personally could say, yes, there's a plan in action. Yes, that was intentional. Yes, in truth though, that bishop right here is a threat to him, and he has to force to take it. Then it will distract him or not distract him. And then there's other bishops. I'm doing essentially shotgun, where literally all my plan is to move so much in his way that there's nothing he can do about it. And I think I'm in a double check situation, or like kind of double check. It's weird to describe in chess terms what this is going on, but in the past, this bishop is going to attack him. In the present, this knight is attacking him. He can attack me with that knight, but he can capture that knight, but my bishop will attack him in the past. If he doesn't make a past timeline now, I don't think he can play. I could be wrong. But basically, if this board moves forward at all, I win. And that wasn't intentional. Like I said, this is a shotgun strategy. I'm doing so much in so many different areas. It's literally just like one of them will be able to hit, which is beautiful. Like, it's amazing. But it's also like haphazard, if that makes sense. Like, essentially, my strategy with a shotgun would be get as close as you can, shoot the head, shoot anywhere. The head being the king now, and then, I don't know, just check him, double check him, discovery check him. There's so much that I can do as a chess player on each individual board, such that even if I have no multiverse thought, there's just some things that he's not going to be able to counter. And I don't know, Grant, if you're still listening or you're here, but I want to say this board is just in, like, what is it called? Zugzwang, where at any point if you move, whatever move you make is going to be a loss, or there's no moves to make, kind of thing. And this is where actually knights become very devastating in a sense, where because this knight can actually attack this king, it's almost through a gap of a dimension, essentially, because it jumps over these what are they called? These squares. This knight is just devastating on the pawn row. If you have knights on the pawn row when your king is either not placed in a different dimension or in a different place, or in a like on the pawn row or anything like that, knights on the pawn row, I don't even know if there's like technically like terms for this, but it's like rooks in the back line. I saw a game, 38 messages. Oh shit. Oh, is that sorry, I don't have links. I'm not sure. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Travis. Oh man, that sucks. My Streamlabs is still a moderator. I switched to OBS. That's, oh my god, that's stupid. Oh man. I'm very sorry about that. Thank you for the link, I'm sure. Oh, timed me out for a long message. Yeah, I still have Streamlabs as a moderator, and I think I need to turn that off. I've never really gotten to this point. And dude, the 79 messages deleted by you, that's stupidly long, and I'm so sorry about that. I can't see your next message because I think I fucked up something. for a single second. Yeah. Yeah, that's really dumb. I need to undo Streamlabs, I think, but like I'm not entirely sure. I'm still very new to streaming, so unfortunately that's like is unfortunate. I'm sorry about that. The game the tuber was in. Yeah, you can say short bursts or anything. I'm not moving anywhere. This game I think is almost over unless he does the time thing that I was talking about, which is going to be hard depending on what's up, because right here, these boards below what he's working on right now, I have 3 queens essentially attacking his mid game or his king game. And he's successfully thwarted these. Like, he's gotten his king to capture, I think his queen pawn to capture, his king to capture again. Like, I feel as though if it wasn't for this board, he would very much have the advantage on me. I feel as though, Grant, if you're still watching, like, the only thing you can do... Sorry. I'm checking. He's not in the Discord. But basically, Grant, I think you have to take a time... Like a temporal reset from the very beginning. Or not from the very beginning, but from a different board. Interesting. I think... I don't know if you saw it, but that board you just created would have been a check as well from something else. I think also coming from that board, actually, because of the fact that all these pawns have not been moved or staggered or anything, these are essentially open files if you go any further up, and there are open files. So like I can move my bishop. Let me click closer to some of these. I can move my bishop up individual spaces across multiple timelines or dimensions, much like a rook, but like, or a pawn maybe, if you think about it. Let me just put it into time dimension. So this is, I haven't done this all game because I kind of find it helpful and then also confusing at the same time. Moving in that direction, in the diagonal direction, is like moving single file one step at a time in the past. I don't know if I explained that correctly, or at least properly, but essentially think about moving each step one step backwards kind of thing, like a diagonal forward or backward. I think he's making past timelines, but because I was in an analytical view, I wouldn't have seen it until he confirmed it. Yes, the end does seem to be near. Just, again, by sheer luck, honestly. Like, Grant, I don't know if you're still here, but this has been a really good game. And you really had me going at the very, like, closer to you with all these knights. I very luckily ended up with that. Now, if you're still watching, I don't know. I can't claim to know exactly what to do, but I think, except for that timeline, you have to use your undos to go back to a timeline that you can pull back a piece way before, such that you can stall enough so you can do something here, or maybe think about something. I'm not entirely sure what I would do in your situation, but I guess the best thing possibly is to, and thank you for the GG. I'm just really, like, he's not in the Discord, so that's why I'm typing to him. So hopefully you're doing well. As far as that, I would love to play another one. But of course, like, I think, how long have we been streaming? We've been streaming 3 hours now, and I think you got me really early on in my stream. If you don't want to, just let me know. But I'm super down to play more. I feel as though playing against the computer is alright, but because it's actually like looking through all the moves, going to be the pass would be delaying the inevitable, I think. I want to do some puzzles. Oh, yeah, I can do some puzzles. And And okay, so you were saying I forgot which ones you were talking about, and unfortunately, I think the chat deleted because of Streamlabs. So I'm saying I'm down to do like the Maiden ones. I feel as though would be the only thing I could say with, well, not say, but feel as though would be the easiest thing to do because of the amount of time travel and everything. Advanced Breaching 2. Okay. Maiden 1. Okay. I'll just start with Advanced Breaching 2, and then I'll just look back at your other messages. I'm gonna take a minute to look at this. So, what I was saying earlier. Sorry, I'm chewing. Advanced Breaching 2. Well, not Advanced Breaching 2. Puzzles. I feel like Maiden ones are like the only thing I can say with confidence because it will tell me whether or not it's the right move. Now, I've only played with like only 1 or 2 pieces needed to move, but like because I've already played a couple of games, I think I can kind of guess what's going on. So breaching, I don't understand exactly. Maybe I should do Advanced Breaching 1 to understand what it means. Maybe I'll do that. It is Maiden 1, so I think what? It's 1, 2, 3. 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 15, 19 pieces I can move here. If that, actually, probably less. Oh yeah, that's like 6 pieces I can move. I can actually just not hard code it, force it. What is it called? Brute force it, essentially. But I'm gonna try to actually think about it analytically. So right now we have 2 parallel universes, and I only need to be in one. I think this bishop. Is it my turn? Am I black? Oh, I'm black. Okay. So just say they have the same thing, but less 1 piece. Maybe. I don't even know. Okay, so I'm black. Right now I'm at a disadvantage for pretty much everything. But it says that I can do mate in 1. So hard coding would be not hard. Jesus, what am I thinking about? Brute forcing would be easily just going through every single piece, every single what is called pieces move in order to understand it. I thought for a second that it was that. I don't think it is. Because the way bishops move interdimensionally is through the ranks and files, so horizontally and vertically. So if I move this bishop to this square, like right here, it would check in that dimension, but it wouldn't confirm the checkmate because that rook can move in the forward. It would, in fact, actually, like, if I was playing a real game, it would fuck me over in that board as well. See if the knight can do something. Knights can move laterally. That won't make a new thing. Future. Okay, so I don't think... So if you think about this as well, knights can actually move in the future and then down a space, or technically speaking, down a space would mean back to the original timeline. So that's why it's an elm-like motion still. So I can only move these 2. You can't mate with a king as much as people may or may not want it. You just can't. So I can eliminate these as possible pieces to move. And I'm not avoiding mate, so I don't need to move my king at all, hypothetically. So realistically looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pieces, 7 moves there. Like 4 moves here, and then a lot of moves there. Right off the bat, I'm thinking it's a bishop mate. Not entirely sure. You have to do it in the past. Right here. I'm saying that because... No, I can't do that. Can I? I want to say it has to be the bishop because it's the main piece that you can probably do. I meant from the newest board? Oh, from this board? From the alternate timeline? Okay. Then that even makes it even easier. Because, like, I don't know if there's, like, a hint you found that out with. But, I'm just looking real quick. Right, I want to say, actually, I recant my statement about whether or not it's going to be bishop or knight, or bishop. Because if I move my knight here, that just means I can mate on this board. No. So I don't want to brute force, because that seems like cheating, personally. I'm just, like, thinking about it analytically first. And I will probably actually just go through each and every board that I can. So, like you said earlier, knights are a very short-range piece. They can do a lot of damage on multiple timelines, personally. I enjoy knights for this reason. I'm trying to think. From here, there's not like, if this was attacking something in the past, this piece would be a nice, like, if there was like a step behind, this would be a nice move. I think this is actually still mate, because this will make a parallel universe that the knight is right here. Well, actually, the knight comes from this place. I can't remember exactly if it counts if it's starting from this point or a different point. But if this knight is here, it goes up a space and then over 2 spaces, which would be that king right there, which means he would have to move this king in a different direction. But this king would also be moved forward, and he would have to move his king up out of the way up here. So I think, let me double check, because I feel as though it'll show me whether or not I'm wrong. So yes, if you see that, there's nothing I can do for that particular part. Not entirely sure what all happens there, but that was a wrong move. It gives you, I'm sure you know this, it gives you a freaking, I don't know what symbol that, what musical instrument that is, but let's see here. Well, maybe, okay, if it is this one, have you solved this before? Because I feel like brute forcing it would be easy enough, considering it is one move. I don't really know how to do this. Okay. So it's called branching. Branching is what it is. Okay, so it requires me. I mispronounced it. That fucks with my what is it called? Mentality about this. Okay, so it's advanced branching too. So that means you have to use a branch to, I'm assuming, mate in one. So either use this branch or make a branch from here. Mate. And what I was originally thinking was this one, maybe? I forget exactly what I was thinking. But he has the ability to capture that. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna focus on the one that you were talking about. I could, my knight isn't checking anything here. It's not checking anything here. It's checking something here, I think. But the bishop did just capture. I don't think that was mate. Would it have to be something from there, wouldn't it? I don't know. The wonderful thing about chess puzzles is you really can't do anything but, like, the only hint you get, I guess, is this branching, unless someone has already solved it. Then probably with a combination of the board, it's ahead. I would say, yeah, there might be a combination move, because this board needs to be moved somewhere. And it can actually just be put into the past. Sorry. Automod held message for this reason. So if you haven't figured out. What? Yeah, thank you, Vince, for that. So I think this may be the solution. I move the knight in this position, which would allow it to, what is it called? Protect it from this, which is actually checkmating this king. I don't know if that makes sense. Fish is on the automated mod list. Okay. Thank you, Vince. Which is really good because this knight is protecting this bishop, and then this bishop is attacking that square and and then moving this bishop. Oh well, this knight can probably rook can probably take the bishop then. All right, let me just submit it. It's wrong. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I guess if you think about it past-wise, 1, 2, 3, that's a check. 1, 2, I think that's check. 1, 2, 3, yeah. That would be check on that board. And then that. Wish you could analyze boards in a different way. Bishop, by the way. It would be checkmate if he didn't go into the past. Because he went into the past, it wasn't check. Oh, this knight? Are you saying? No, that's me. Alright, just to reanalyze what I'm doing. Basically, I'm moving this knight adjacent to this king, such that moving up a space and then down 2 dimensions, that would attack his king. He can probably move that king out of the way, but because I'm also checking him here, he can't. Because he's checked in the past. No. Because reasons. I think it wasn't really check, and that's why it didn't matter. Okay. It may have been just shorthand, because he goes into the passing end. Correct. Yes. Okay, so what we're looking for is something that keeps him from going to the past, forces him in the present. So I want to say he needs a check on this timeline. And then that. Because then this would be up 1, over 2. Whatever that means. I am a master of puzzles. So let's just analyze what exactly I did. So I kept him in the present. I think because this knight is here, it's attacking this king. He can't capture because that would be his bishop, or my bishop attacking his king. His bishop can't capture me in the past, in this area at least, because there's a gap in between these two. This bishop is in the future, which means if he moves up to that point, he means he has to capture these things, but he's also being checked by this knight. Yeah, so basically one of the things I think I said earlier, and if I'm ever being a broken record, let me know, but basically knights, you know how knights don't need to, like, they go through pieces or over pieces technically? They don't make contact with any of the squares they go through. Therefore, it can move in front of a pawn in development. It can move past things. It can move around things. Unfortunately, like you said, they only move in an L-like a short-range pattern. But this knight moves 1 up and then 2 over to attack this king, so it's in check. So he can't move in the past in this one. This is my recent explanation, because I think I may be lagged in your text. Does that make sense? This knight is checking that king, and therefore he has to be. He has to deal with this knight, but he can't because my bishop is protecting him. And this bishop is also checking him, but I don't think this part is actually just a placeholder, really. So this is making my knight move possible. But if I wanted to, I could do this. No, don't do that. Reset puzzle. Fuck. If I wanted to, I could do this. This is what I meant. And then this. So the knight is still attacking the king over here. But this part is not at all necessary. This is why it's called advanced branching. And that's correct. Well, you would have, yeah, I think you may be a little bit behind, but basically, yes, you need to make a branch over here, and then you move your knight into that second branch that you have. And to reiterate, I guess, what I learned earlier in our Grand Nice game, is that if I had 2 more branches, it would become a white branch, or a black branch, I forget, whoever my turn is. And it wouldn't work because I have too many branches on my side of the board. If that makes sense. Okay, you see how the check works? Is it cool to go on to the next puzzle? Eat some more apple. Hold on. So you said, trying to scroll back. Tricky checkmates 3. Tricky checkmates 3. Mate in 1. Like I said earlier, mate in 1's easy. Easy to do because you can brute force it. You can do whatever you want with it. Okay, so because there's so few pieces in this board, this is actually, I think, a lot easier than it may be. Maybe you're overthinking it, but essentially, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do be that. No, but essentially, what I'm trying to do here is I'm keeping from the king from moving in between dimensions and away from my queen. You actually figured out after seeing the last board? I know what you're trying to do. Is that for tricky checkmates or is that for branching? Also, if the music is too low or anything, it's a good level for me, but if it's too low or anything, let me know. Right now we're listening to The Vine, The Visions. I'm assuming The Visions is their album. Let me just look at this a little bit more. I think for sure I need this pawn here so that he can't cross dimensions into this spot. I want to find a place. Actually, nope. Alright, this is what the part where I'm like still kind of confused. Where pawns are useful. From the last puzzle, you were trying to make the pawn. Last puzzle, you were moving the pawn to make the check possible. Sorry, like there's a little like overlay that OBS has that's like making your text just like hard to read at the moment. I have to give it a second. Or you can say something like a quick. Well, actually, I can say something. No. Oh shit. I'm sorry. It's paused due to scroll. Basically, we're trying to put the main in check because the move upon in it to the past with a queen. I'm not seeing what you're talking about. Pawns can't check through time. Wait, can the king go like into a corner? Queen right to win. Is that what it is? Oh, okay. Pawns can't check through time. Okay, that makes sense. In the sense that I don't understand fully, but that makes sense. I don't know. But I know, like I said, you can't move a king. I don't think they can at all. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that pawns can't move backwards in time. I guess my screen is flipped, so it would be backwards in time. That because they're pawns, they only move forward. They can capture left and right, which I'm assuming is actually means if you think of orienting it in the way of time, you can only capture up and down in the same spot. So I think I'm convinced at this point that this pawn has to be here. Because this king, from all the places he can move into all these 4 spaces in this dimension. If my queen can... this? Be 1, 2... No, it's not check. Reset. The only thing for they knew was up. Alright, so let's say if Travis, I'm assuming you're a chess player, you know A8, all the what is it called? The notation. Let's say A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. So starting from down here, A1 and then D4, promoting. So this is actually a pawn on the baseline of white, I'm assuming, because it's moving forward. You can't promote in this game, or not in this game, but in this particular puzzle, because you see all the possible moves. You're going here, but that's just, you're just at the baseline still. If you get it to the other side, hopefully, I'm understanding this correctly, that you can promote, but because it's mate in 1, yeah, you can't promote. I need a check in order to start the checkmate. I think that's it. And then do that. Let's look at the moves that he can do. So I'm checking him. He can't move here. He can't move there. He can move there. This isn't it. What I was thinking though, that if he's like down 1 or anything like that, he won't be able to move here. I need to limit his moves on this board as well. It's slightly annoying. Is it here? I can't remember exactly how it works, but diagonal is maybe a factor into here, because like this queen can go diagonally backwards in time. I don't think, like, I want to say Chekhov's gun, you need this pawn in there, but let's see it. Okay. The concept of Chekhov's gun is essentially every element of a story has to be used, and much similarly, every piece of this board has to be there. I think you need the queen to have c3 or d4. Okay, so d4. I don't think I can get. I think you can have to change. Checkmate. Yeah. c4. c4. It can't get to c4, but I can get it to c3. And then where would you say the pawn? But yeah, he would just take. That's why I'm not entirely sure about that. So when I understand, if I can actually, fuck. All right. Why there? Okay. So thinking about it like this queen can like attack in every dimension in this right, in every way in this dimension. It helps and it hurts looking at these dimensions because it makes it so that all these arrows are here, but it also makes it so that you understand how it's happening. So much similarly like to my shotgun analogy, the queen will be able to shotgun in this area or in a similar area at any point. If I put it here, I think I've already tried this. If I put it here, it would shotgun everywhere except for where the king is. If only you could get her to c2. Yes, I would agree. If I could get her to c2, then it would be able to shotgun and then make it a little bit easier. Well, I mean, hinder him from moving. I think I have to put him in check somewhere. I think I have to do branches here, which would mean I do this and then do this. Something along those lines. So we're really looking at 3 or 5 boards, or 4, 5-ish boards. You got 3 here, 2 in it. Push forward 1 on queen c2. Queen on c3 and then pawn on b3. Okay, let me just reset and do each of your solutions at a time. So if only you could get her to c2. Oh yes, c3 and then pawn to b3. I think I've done that. Maybe. Wait, you mean here and then here? That might be it, because I think, again, like just saying a broken record type shit, the analytic side of this game is just bonkers because you can only analyze whose turn it is. And you can't analyze the pieces that you have currently on your board, so you have to actually physically do that yourself. I think you're correct in saying that this pawn can actually capture right way if it's or like it can defend that bitch queen. I lied. All right. All right, so I think Aaron had another one. Pawn forward 1, queen side 2. I think we just said that, much like how Vince was saying. Needs to keep a queen safe. I think I already tried this, but I think this also doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay. That doesn't work because the pawn can only move on its tile, up its tile line. Yeah. So pawns can only move from this tile to this tile forward on the same tile, if that makes sense. And we know for a fact that none of these king's moves will work, but I think theoretically speaking, I can understand more Yeah, it works much like a queen works in the way that it can move in every space in its own like little square, like a 3x3 square. Do you think it could be a move where you move the queen first and then the pawn? Yes, I believe that's a possibility because if we reiterate what I did earlier, branching is a factor, and I think this wouldn't be the right one because, but it's the only, like, you can only branch through this direction because you have to make a move here and then the pawn has to move. You can't make a move here and then, or move here and then the pawn back unless, no, that would just remove the queen from this board. And also, yeah. Do you think it could be, sorry, I'm like catching up on chat. Do you think it could be a move where you move the queen first? Yeah. But attacking the pawn is different. Yeah, attacking for the pawn does seem different in this game mode because I think, like Travis was saying, that this port is the only point you can attack from, or maybe adjacent to it, but you can't really attack with the pawn. You found it. Queen c3, then move pawn through time. Queen c3, then move time through. This would protect the queen. Yep, that makes sense. Because this queen is being protected by that queen, or that queen is being protected by this queen. Correct. Nice job. Yes, the new timeline was definitely needed. And then that therefore makes two queens that protect each other. That was really good. Thank you, Travis. So if you don't know what's going on here, for each dimension you go through, for as a queen or a bishop, you actually move over one square. So this queen can attack this square and that square, and therefore protecting this other queen. I'm going to give it a second so that I don't rush through this because I know you guys were invested into it. Give me a thumbs up, a yay, or a poggers or something. Okay, Aaron's got it. Vince, does it make sense? Yeah, this game is very complicated. It really does come down to understanding which dimensions do things, and then also just like luck. Really, it's not luck in the sense that you have to be lucky. I have my own copy so I can test ideas too. Yes, I think you have to be statistically ambivalent. Not ambivalent, more like with all luck, it's all just statistics, and literally all it is. King takes 3, mate in 1. All right, so this is gonna confuse me the hell out because kings are not supposed to mate things. And I've been saying that since the entire time. Kings aren't supposed to attack things. Kings aren't gonna be XYZing. God fucking. But yeah, I think I was saying. Yeah, you have to be statistically just have enough things going at the same time that very few like the right things will work, and then all of a sudden a couple things may work in that statistical, like they have the probability of moving this way, because luck in its own way is only just probability. And that's essentially tested to the limit here with 5D chess because you have to focus on time, placement, and like possibilities. So the quantum, I guess, part of it to add even more scientific talk to this already time, temporal, spatial, fifth dimension talk. So I'm assuming in king tactics you mate with a king. Can you confirm that, Travis? Just before I get started or actually make a move here. Do you actually put the king, your opponent's king, in an impossible position? The only pieces you have is the king. I'm assuming mate in 1 makes sense. Okay, thanks, Travis. Thanks for the sass. Alright. Okay. We got through 2 puzzles together. Okay. Alright. But I think branching is important here. As it always is, because why is anything simple? But I can't directly move. I'm definitely down to play. Like, if you're okay with my analytic side, like, I could definitely... I'm down to play. But we'll also need, like, 4 or 5 hours to, like, play a game. Which I don't say I don't have that time, but... Hell. Okay. So all these kings, both of these kings can go in the same place in the same time. So the king can check a king, I think. Which doesn't make sense whatsoever. But this is why, what is it called? This is exactly what this game is about. But if you can do so, you can take your king. So you have to essentially make one of his moves in his timeline to move into your king's capturable space. So yeah, so basically, if that pawn wasn't there, maybe put this Oh, this might be simpler than you think. So basically, what I'm thinking is you have to do branching, and you have to have this king move into your spot. Or you just branch. So this one goes here, this one goes here. Unless that pawn can capture me for some reason. Oh yeah, the king can also capture. Oh shit, let me just redo that so I can understand exactly what happened. Nope, undo, reset, reset, reset. I did this. I think I fucked up somewhere. Can you move the bottom king to the corner, like upper right? Yes, I can move this in here. That's what we're talking about. The pawn is there to prevent the king from going to b3, correct. But if you go to b3 on this one, that's what I was thinking earlier. I wonder what timeline that goes. Because then this king can capture that king in the past or in the present. I think you can, like, yeah, if you move the king there, both kings can attack that king. So, which means you need to go to b3 in a timeline where there isn't, or it isn't there. Yep. So much like that. I think. And then actually, is this as simple as that? Because you don't have to move this piece. He is forced to move here, and then I take with my king. There it is. So this is another concept that I love about this game. You literally don't have to move. You don't have to move unless it's on the present line. And that's sometimes a strategy, like stalling. I think, Vince, you were saying this earlier. You can just stall some of your moves in the past, and then checkmate in the past. Like you were saying, Vince. Alright, does everyone understand? I love the here, or yeah, or poggers, or GGs, I don't know. Thank you. So, Aaron, basically, I moved this king out of the way, out of harm's way, essentially, because this king can capture that king, And if I moved this king at all, it would be able to capture something else. No, this past king, I think. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's amazing. I love that. Thank you for that. I actually did not know. So basically, he has to move here because it's his present timeline now. If he has any opportunity to stop this king from being here, then you should take it. But that's putting me in check, and that'll be just stepping the time forward. But the thing that got him is you can't move that board. Yeah, you can't move in this board at all without moving time forward, and therefore making me available to take his king, which is essentially the reason why checkmate exists, because it's an unnecessary move. Like, you can't take a king unless it's like secretive or anything like that, and that's why I think it used to be that you can check and capture a king, because it's essentially your opponent's being dumb and not aware that your king is being attacked. And that's why I think, if I'm thinking like really back in the old times when India or wherever it was founded, it's a shitty thing to do if you attack or if you capture the king because you didn't give your opponent the ability to defend himself. So it's essentially an assassination, which is not a bad way to go if you're the assassination. Persia? Okay. Somewhere in that area, Southern Asia. Chess is old as hell. They used to move like rocks. They didn't even have kings. It was like some kind of different thing. Yeah, so that was a shitty thing for that person to do. Like, you can do that. It's very possible. Some people do play that way. But it's shitty because you don't know what's going on, and it's an intellectual game. You're supposed to be intellectuals about it. You're not supposed to be like, haha, I tricked you. I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but that's not how you finish a game. You finish it as equals kind of thing. That's a philosophical take. I think more analytically speaking, it's in order for the game to be properly done, is that everyone has the same amount of information. Therefore, coming across an agreement, something along those lines, and therefore being done. Why can't the Black King go down? So this is actually not the move that we're at. Undo move. So this is where we're at. Thank you. I love chess. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh yeah, I was just thinking about when you were talking about how you found like StarCraft 2 to be like one of your integral games, and I was like thinking about it more, and I was like, maybe CS, but I would say without a doubt it actually has to be chess, because that's just how it is. But yeah, Aaron, this is actually where we're at presently. This is the present. I just click this to say you can't move forward, because anything he does here, the king will be captured in the next turn. Does that make sense? Dude, I've been working on this app for a bit now. I really hope there's no like dust settling on it. Okay, I think you had like another couple puzzles we wanted to work on, Travis, if we're all good on this one. Honestly, this is like discovering a past me that I'm just like getting to know more. It's like, I used to be a fucking nerd. I don't even know. I haven't solved probably simple for you. I'll be honest, none of these are simple. I'm, like I said earlier, a lot of shotgun tactics here. I'm throwing things out, hoping... Oh, Bishop... Oh, that's backrank. I'm blind as hell. Okay. 2 branches, 6 boards, 5 boards, 7 boards. Alright, so we're looking at 2 bishops that we can use. Like we said in the past couple, I think actually it was great to start with the advanced branching, because branching actually comes in so clutch for this game. You check the top board. Oh, you are checked in the top board, so I have to move something in the top board. And that could just be the king. I would say here, but I think it'll tell me this, but I'm going to be in check again. There it is. Oh, you solved it already? Awesome. Let me know. Easy. It's all about learning, and not, like I said earlier, it's just like equality of information. Or you just, oh, you want me to try it? All right. I see how it is. Travis, I give you the answers, you don't give me the answers in return. Oh no, man. Oh shit. Dude, what the fuck? What the shit? They have the notation right there. Assholes. I can't even like fucking. Thank you. Yes, you did. I can't even drag my board after. You see that 5A, which makes sense. I'm black, but still, just what the shit. I'm not even allowed to look at the numbers. I am mad. There's nothing I can even do. Oh my fucking god. Alright, I love this game so much, but just fuck. How do you do BBTV? BTTV? I think you have to download something. It's a lot like the last puzzle, FYI, so I'm assuming you have to keep one board stasis. Maybe? If you go in the past, I guess. Better Twitch TV. Okay, it's a Chrome extension. Okay. But channels have to get opt-in. Oh. Does it have to be an affiliated channel? Because I've not reached that point yet. Alright, so this boy has to move unless I have a way to capture that, which I doubt. It's a lot like the last problem, which I can't remember exactly. I think it's the kings have to move. The king capture. If you want the answer, say so. It's so tempting. But I'm gonna try really hard not to need it just yet. So if I'm in check here, if I move something into the past, it therefore doesn't become a problem. I just saw it. Give me a second. So this is actually going to check you right over here. You two are not able to do anything. You're able to capture this pawn, or this bishop, not that one. This king has to move here, which is available, so not the. You confirm. So Grant, the person you saw me play against, literally said very first thing he ever said about this game. He's like, I won a couple games. I don't know how, but I fucking won. Or not, maybe not fucking. I'm sorry. He did, maybe that's not his language. But basically, he said he won, but he doesn't even know how he won. This is my feeling right now. I don't know how I won, but I won. Fantastic. I think it's because. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm checking him in the next move. He can't capture my bishop, therefore I can't. You don't have to move in the boards that I didn't check. Yes. You just have to move something in the past. And I think I was trying to tell Grant this last time, or towards the end of our game, is you can actually move the time all the way back and try to capture something before this time. And I think I've tried that before once, and just like, it's hard as hell because you eventually have to be either a really good just chess player because you only have one board to work with, or have to be very fucking lucky that you have everything in the same position or the right position so that when that branch, that awkward ass branch is all the way down, connects with any other board, you have a piece waiting to come onto that board before whatever checkmate happens. That's why you don't have to move the boards in check, which is why that solution. The bishop's in check and the board 2 lines up. Yes. And I think there's no way for these knights to take it because they have to do 2 down and 1 adjacent, or 1 down and 2 adjacent. Something along those lines. Like you work your knights as like semi artillery, like not artillery, but like some kind of boomerang. I want to say something along those lines. Anyone else like do complete 49 and 49? Congratulations. I have yet to do that. But essentially, to show everybody, this is why it captures the king in the next move. Any move he makes on this board, which he has to because it's the present. I think you guys are still watching. Aaron and Vince, do you guys understand why this is checkmate? Travis. Yeah. Sorry, work on a project. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's definitely trippy to think about. Yeah, I can't like I for the longest time I didn't understand, but I guess that makes sense. Doing the puzzles backwards helped me figure this out a lot. Oh, from the bottom to the top, I'm assuming? That makes a lot of sense because we start at the bottom even today, just purely out of what you hear. I won't watch, but I'm gonna have checked out. Totally fine. If you have a project, work on the project. You have school tomorrow, actually. 8. It's almost 10 o'clock there. You should be going to bed. Because remembering I don't have a board. Yes. Yeah. Not having to move a board is actually very interesting in this thing because I think I was saying it earlier when I was playing Grant. Tempo. Maybe the term is wrong with tempo, but basically, if you have to move, having that control over bedtime is for nerds. Having that control over the boards you have to move or anything is in itself another strategy. Because if you have to move certain boards, they can't move those boards backwards or forwards or anything like that. So if you control the tempo or if you control the amount of moves your opponent can make, that's all the better for you. Because right here, even in this board, that board actually, I don't even know why I brought it to this board, but this board in particular he's in check, or he's what is it called? He's got me in check. I'm not able to do anything in this board. He's got the power in this board, but because it's my move, I am ultimately not going to move that board. I'm not going to make it go forward. I'm not going to do anything with it. And it's just that much better for me because I have nothing to do with that board. If the board on the top would be allowed to move, the knight would take. It wouldn't be able to take this bishop though. It would be taking the next bishop. It would block this bishop. It could totally do that. No. This one I think could block. No, I don't think they can, actually. This one would be able to take because it has to go 2 dimensions down and 1 adjacent. So it's like, like an L type. And then similarly, this would have to go 2 down and then 1 adjacent, but it wouldn't be able to block it. But at any rate, if this board moves forward at all, it would be like pawn capture king. Like I can't move. Oh, I can move this king, but then there's a bunch of different moves that these knights actually keep me from doing. His knight at a3 takes the bishop. a3 takes the checking bishop. You move the board on the top. Let's quickly undo. So, isn't it? You can't capture on the same point. You can't have your knights be on the same point on any board. Let me just finish this real quick. I'm gonna go over to a knight real quick. I'm gonna show you why. Nope. Let me go to a good knight. Damn, there's no brains. Like, I want to say there has to be move your king to the top on the top time. And then moving not this bishop, right? This bishop. No, reset. Not that one. This one. So, I'll reset puzzle. Let me just go into that. If I move this, let's say, back here, and submit moves. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So this one goes over one. Okay, so it's using a whiteboard to a whiteboard. I'm sorry. I was like, what is it called? I was looking at single boards rather than, if you see in the background, these are double spaced boards or double spaced squares. So essentially, it's going over one square, this double board, and down two. And that's why I wasn't thinking about that. That's right. You're right. I can do this. I guess I'll just go down all these things while waiting. If you want to stick around to watch me struggle through all these, you could totally. Or I could play another game. It is almost 9 o'clock. We're running on 4 hours right now. Thank you so much for watching so far. I think I might do a couple puzzles. I kind of want to play another game with what is it called, a computer. This is a Rook Tactics Mate in 1. Oh yeah, I'm down for a match. Do you have Discord? I don't know if I can personal message you. Let me just add you as a friend. I'll whisper. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm new to this type of OBS shit. Sorry. Oh shit. Okay, interesting. You type code in chat. Okay. Do you want to talk in Discord? It might be easier than chatting, unless you have like a dual screen monitor. Anything like I understand totally if you want to be anonymous or whatever. Deep voice changer. Let's go versus private match. Yeah, so basically it's called the Spirit Lounge or whatever. When I was starting off, I honestly do not know what I was what I was gonna call it. I just called it something random. But let me just send you this link. Create invite. Copy. Oh, is that a thing you can do? Well, I don't actually. Yeah, I'm gonna whisper it to you. I think. Can I whisper? That. I am such a noob. I'll be very fucking honest. Dude, this is like maybe stream number. Well, I've been streaming for a while, but like first like long ass stream number maybe 10, if for anything above an hour. You should be able to I should be able to whisper to you. Let me just, I guess, see your profile and then try to. Because I have a pop out right now. Whisper? Where is this whisper? I'm trying to like open up with a whisper, but I can't seem to chat. Yeah, you just put it in. Yeah, no, yeah. But what if people watch the VODs? What if they give access to everybody? Oh man, I'll get DDoSed by the 4 people that watch the stream. Just kidding. Alright, welcome to the server. I think that's you. Hello? I think you said something? Travis, are you there? I can't hear you right now. You're currently muted at the moment. You can totally, like... Not to say that you have to talk or anything. You can still chill in the Discord, but essentially it's just like watching stream. Oh, here you go, general. Oh no, that's just you getting in there. I'm trying to figure something out. Totally fine. Yeah, take your time. Currently I literally haven't tried any of these new modes or whatever they're called, but I've only been doing standard. I've only against the weak and not the weak, only against the trainer. I played white and black before. Literally, that's the extent of my knowledge, though. I can also start one if you want. Start the custom match or public match. Kind of hungry. I only have apples and bananas. Shit. Should have gotten eggs. I was thinking about it. I was like, I have to get something. That's what I said. For some reason, your volume is going through my computer screen speakers and not my headphones. Okay, so I'm assuming that's Discord. And if anything, just let me know. Just you can reduce my volume. If I'm being too loud, let me know. But if you go to the gear user settings, go to voice and audio. You have to change your output device from default to whatever it is, and then maybe back to default. Sometimes it only needs that reset. So yeah, on Discord, mess around with those voice and video settings. I want to say it's just the output voice you have to worry about, or output device. But it could also be, if you're watching my stream, you can like mute my stream if you're hearing double of me. Not broken hearted. Let me know if you're testing anything. I can help it. I'm not hearing any audio from you, so maybe your input as well maybe need messing with. I'm not muted, but let me just mess around with that. Hello? If you... I don't even know. Again, I'm like worried about being DDoSed over 4 people. So right now, my green circle is showing. I'm assuming I'm not muted. I just redid that. Oh, okay. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You hear me? I personally can't hear you right now. So if you see the green circle, I'm not hearing it from your side. Okay. Let me just turn you up, maybe? Oh wait, I think I just turned myself up. I turned you up to 200. I saw a green circle. You were just there. Fuck. I'm gonna pause my music real quick. I don't know if you're coming in at all. I see your green circle now. I'm not sure. Do you have a like modular mic, maybe? Yeah, I think it is a little low. Let's see. Settings, voice and video. I want to say output volume. We can go a little bit higher. Yeah, it might be that too, because Windows sound settings can get fucked up too. I'm seeing the green circle. I'm trying to be I feel like this is very important because I feel like typing and juggling a 5D chess game is almost impossible. Juggling anything with a 5D chess game is probably not going to be possible. I'm just messing with a few things, but I have the stream chat open. I also have Discord open, as you can see, I guess. But I'm going to be messing with a few things. If you can figure it out, let me know. If you can't, that's totally fine too. We don't have to do Discord. You can probably hear all my audio from stream too. And we've had good conversation so far, so it's totally fine. I am going to try to type something in for next week, because recently I've been trying to do like a schedule stream type dealio, and I think last Sunday, I threw out a schedule for this past week. I'm gonna try to do that same thing for this week. I'm trying not to spam, but there is a stream channel. Pretty much says whenever I'm on. I'm sorry if I'm typing really loud. Let me know. let me just quickly see if I can do that. Again, I keep on remembering that I have to be worried, but also not worried at the same time about DDoS attacks or whatever. Okay, so very base sound settings. Volume. I guess probably troubleshoot would be one thing that you could trust. But you're saying that you can hear me. I'm not sure if you're still getting the split, like the speaker sounds, but you change your output device in and out. That sometimes happens for me, and then you can change your, what is it called? Audio device in and out, like essentially turning it off and turning it back on again. And then you can troubleshoot either of those. It's just basic sound settings. I think advanced is where Vince was talking about. You can boost certain sounds, much like this. And manage sound services. I'm assuming this is like, yeah, these are all just devices. Properties. You can probably go into the properties. Yeah, you know, if you don't want to, you can totally just mess with it another time. And you can also just hop out of Discord if you need to. I feel as though you can hear me from Discord sooner than you can hear me through what is it called? Thing. This is the code, by the way. I'm just quickly doing okay, sorry, I'm just typing out my announcements for the stream for next week. Okay. All right. So it begins. Possibilities. Goldfish. Sorry, for the very first part, I'm very quick, just because, like, not that I don't care. It's more of a haphazard type dealio, where I just, like, haphazardly throw things out and do XYZ or something along those lines. And I don't want to, like, what is it called? Overwhelm you or anything. So if you, at any point you need me to be muted or anything, just feel free to mute me. I talk a lot whenever I get riled up about chess. I can be an outward thinker a lot. Sorry, I'm also multitasking a bit. I'm gonna really quickly send an announcement just because it's like early evening-ish. Sorry, I'm really close. I text. I literally just write books whenever I text or write announcements or literally anything. I so sorry. Last line, I swear. As I typed 16 different words. Oh shit. Alright. Also, prepare yourself. This is going to out to everybody. Alright. Now that that's over, back to focusing on the 5D chess game. So again, I'm doing half hazardous. I don't think I'll last against this pro. I doubt I am not a pro. I feel as though I'm getting lucky. That is all it is, just luck. I think I was trying to explain it earlier, but my essential, like, the luck of this game is just having probability on your side. The probability that this will work, higher rather than lower. Probability that X, Z, Y gets out of the way, gets in the way. The pawn structure, it's crazy. Like, right there, my pawn structure just barely let this bishop go all the way back here. It's insane. Literally insane. How much shit goes on in these 5D chess games. And if you're willing to go through that madness, wade through the shit storm that is 5D chess at times, you can be quote-unquote good at it. But I feel as though the main thing you have to worry about in these chess games is not whether or not you're going to win this game, because I feel as though that's just trapping yourself into that kind of thinking. But it's more about whether or not you can make good moves, which is hard to think about properly because, of course, it is like 5D chess. Okay, it's just the one board. So it's hard to think, will this be a good move? Will this be the move that will save me from X, Y, or Z? Or anything like that. Because, like, there's essentially an infinite amount of chess games going on at simultaneous, even though you don't even know it, actually. It's an infinite amount of them. Because, like, you can literally pull, like I just did, a bishop from square one all the way down and hope. Oh, it's your turn on that one. Like, I am not scratching my head, but I'm literally, like, using every brain cell on reserve to, like, try to think about these pieces. Like that? I wasn't even thinking about that. You could have easily done that. You totally did that. You just did it. You got my king. You got my knight. Whatever. I'm just an idiot. I swear by this. I am just being very lucky and enjoying the ride. Where are you going? Yes, exactly. Where am I going? Who knows? Who knows, Travis? The world is my oyster, and every fifth dimension is now mine to control. Oh, right. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, shit. But if you make any new ones, they're there. But as the skilled 15-hour chess player you are, who knows? Truly. I was about to make the same knight move, would put my knight in your fucking what is it called? Which one's checkmate? Right here? Yeah, probably. Very likely, honestly. I'd move my knight there. And this is the thing. This is the thing. Literally anything could happen. I unfortunately can't. What is it called? Something, something. I did another thing there. If you see it, then yeah. This is like what is it called? I mean, I shotgun strategy, and not to say that I wasn't taking this serious at all. I really can't take the opening seriously enough. Because yeah, that shit happens. Because like a lot of things can happen. You're just hyper aware. You're not hyper aware. I'm not telling you off or anything like that. I'm just like I was a little bit just being reckless. Just that's all it is. And I can't do that. Can't do that. But yeah, essentially, I didn't want to like cut off what I was thinking, but I was mentally just paused on a second. But yeah, sometimes it's literally just that. Just being reckless works, and sometimes, like now, it's not gonna work. Okay, I can make another time pass thing, but I can't really. I'm relying too heavily on the fact that there's so much randomness going on that I just made bad moves. Honestly, that's all it is. And this is kind of the reason why I won, I think, last game with Grant, where, like, he was doing a lot, but because of the amount of boards we had, I was purely able to think multidimensional as well, or at least in the sense that I was shotgunning a couple of things on one board, which unintentionally did other things on the other board, and that just worked, unfortunately. That's how Grant got cut up. Mm. For me now, this is putting me into a yeah. Right now, this is putting me into a situation that I'm not comfortable with, but I'm very yeah. Exactly. There is not a shotgun strategy here. There is only two. If anything, this is essentially putting me with a double strapped pistol, like you know how two pistols taped together, and trying to aim both of them at somebody. But if you remember, what is the movie? Oh my god, this is a reference. To the Green Hornet. If you remember Green Hornets, the Bludgevich or whatever his name is, his main thing was, oh, I want a gun that shoots two bullets at the same time. And they actually gave him a gun that kind of worked, but if you didn't think about what he was gonna do, his gun actually was like two parallel guns that wouldn't shoot anything that he's aiming at personally, or at least not. It'll scar or skimp against something. I don't know what I'm talking about, but this is essentially me, the joke villain now of that movie. I can't aim anything because, or at least I have to adjust my aim in order to. Hey Spencer, thank you for the follow. But yeah, that's essentially what I have to do right now. I have to pretend like I know what I'm doing with one board and hope that the other board isn't fucked. It's beautiful. And I can't do there. Both boards are going badly for you. Yes. I've already noticed. That's why I said I was a joke board. 100%. I have lost. No offense. I don't know. I'm not sure to surrender unless you want me to, and then we can restart a new game. But I'll let this play through because I mean, like, what is this? Like 3 or 4 more moves? I want to see if you can get out of it. Well, me too. I would love to see that. That would be amazing. There is not much I can do though because most of my pieces are on the left side of the board, and the only thing I've really going for me is these double queens on one side. I can do this, which would just utterly fuck me because then you can move your pawn and then anything like that. And the only thing I'm thinking about using piecewise is queen double stack right here, but that's pawn, queen capture. Even that queen can capture, so technically speaking, can't do that. Queen here, similarly, this queen is actually here, so you can capture that queen. And like this bishop's doing butt fuck all. Sorry, I'm cursing. If that's like I could put a filter or whatever, like, oh man, this is for adults. But I don't curse this much, I think. I don't know. I curse a lot probably. But I'm trying to keep it civil-ish. I would say you shouldn't tell me these things I already knew about. But I already knew about that. Oh yeah, no. I feel as though part of the reason why I like chess is because it's about learning. Even if I lose, I'm learning. Especially if I lose, I'm learning. Sorry, I'm gonna make my move so you can make yours. Can't check you, I can't do anything. This is shit, and that is shit, and you're both shit. But yeah, essentially what I like about chess is that you are able to just stop, play it, no, scratch the board, and just go again. Literally, go again. Just everything is just like, screw it. Let's play another game. And that's what... Now you see the true meaning of, Christmas! I could play this main. Oh, fuck you. Damn it. That's the other thing too. It's like literally I tell people certain moves that I'm able to do because I want people to learn. I'm not nurturing. Well, I am nurturing, but like I also don't care. It's just a game. I'm not obsessed. Like this, I'll live another day. Hopefully. I know you can't never say never, but I'll live another day after this game. I'll play more games after this game. I'll learn. So will everyone else. I don't know what you just did. Oh, okay. But yeah, that's literally it. I could do this. Let's check. What? Let's see it. Ah, yeah, nice. Nice. That's pretty good. I'm sure you're a chess player because why? Who in their right mind would go into this game not know it? Well, okay, sorry. Grant, if you're watching, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean you or anything like that, but I'm assuming this doesn't count. Okay, I recant. I was gonna say who in their right mind would actually play this game without knowing how to play chess, and Grant said he was a little weak on chess, but he knows how to play chess. So, technically speaking, yeah, and then also you, Travis, you were somewhat of a chess player. I want to say, I don't want to gatekeep at all. Chess is an amazing game, but like 5D chess is something for truly sadistic people. Chess, semi-sadistic. Like, okay, that's amazing. But like, I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. Yes, exactly. There's like This isn't supposed to be like, oh man, only top tier. It's not Rick and Morty where like only the high IQ people are gonna get this game or this understand this reference or whatever. It's not a gatekeeping. It's literally just like this is fucked in the head if you wanna if you wanna like willingly try to understand this, unless you're like really like I personally am geeking the fuck out here because I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. I'm a huge Timeline fan. I'm a huge chess fan. I'm a fan of this game. That's queens are yeah. My queens are really significant. Like I was saying earlier, this move, honestly, if you captured my queen purely, I would have recaptured, and then you would still have this move. It would have just made one less queen on the board, which what I'm hoping for. But you know, but yeah, literally nothing I can do right now. This rook is immovable now because you have dimensional status, whatever. Like this one is connected to that one, and I got nothing. I think that's something I can do. I'm just kind of like leaning into yeah. I'm also like you were saying that these are things you already know, and totally like I don't want to like tell you what you already know because you know it, and you probably know a lot more than either we're talking about right now or anything like that I haven't talked about. But I'm just talking, saying what I'm thinking, just right off the dome kind of thing, freestyle. But well, basically, I'm just saying this for stream. My brother is watching, Vince is watching, one of my best friends, and it's like just talking through what my mental is about everything. Oh, and Grant is online. So we might be playing him. Well, I mean, I'll still play with you, Travis, because I can always play with Grant. I'd say another game after this if you're down, but I'm sorry, I'm holding you hostage essentially. I can not talk my way through any situation, but I can literally just keep on talking, especially about chess, especially about time travel. Damn it, you're holding me hostage. Like I'm literally just sacrificing these pieces for nothing. Like this just capture with any of those, but you can even capture with the bishop from the other team. Holy shit. Did I just win? That's exactly what I'm talking about. What the fuck? What the fuck did I just do? Okay, there you go. I was like, didn't plan on that. That was hilarious. Oh my god. Because that's essentially what just happened. I'm gonna message. Okay. But yeah, that was technically shotgun strategy right there. I was putting you in check, did not even know it. Yeah, I'll give that to you. Don't give it to me. I literally did not know what I was doing when I was there. That was hilarious. Wow, me to die. There's really nothing I can do. None of these pieces are developed. This rook can't help me. This queen is like you were saying, is useless. I can maybe do something with that, but then that involves me being alive in the next turn, which doubtful. Right, see, I totally forgot about that. Shotgun strategy. I could have sacrificed my rook, but didn't want to. Intelligent, you mean? I'll be honest, I'm talking, but I'm not remembering what I'm saying. I'm very in the moment right now. Good game. GG's. I'm going to put it in the chat. GG's in the chat. Right, let me see exactly how you checkmated me. That's the rook, and that's the queen. Ooh, and it's a passed check. Fancy. Fancy, fancy, fancy. I didn't know that could hit the past. Oh, yeah, exactly. The past is like, so as temporally present people, no concept of how time traveling works. We are only thinking about the future mentally. And I love the theory behind time travel and everything. And that's literally just a good example of it. Our effects Like if we had the ability to go back in time, it means every possibility in the future from that point of time of discovery of time travel in the past, which is again hypothetically not possible because creating matter and XYZ. But if it was possible, if anything was possible after time travel, literally shit all will happen. Like not shit all, but all of shit will happen, I guess. Literally every possibility from point A of that time travel into the past in the future can go back in time, fuck something up, and then make a new universe. Even that queen couldn't hit you in the past. It was checkmate. Yeah, even if it could, it was checkmate. That's essentially what my shotgun tactic barely does. Like it literally just goes and, hey, let me throw a check at you. Hey, let me throw something quick at you. Let me see if this check will work. Actually, what's up? I just noticed your queen could take my rook. But it's finished game. I lost. I don't think you're talking because like if you didn't have this board, yes, I would say. But this board keeps me locked down in this. It's finished. This board keeps me. This top board keeps me locked down. Because if this board goes forward, which it will, if I move this queen anywhere, then it will be, well, even there, it is checked. But because I'm in present, I'm also checked back here. So this board can't go forward either, because this is checking me in the past. Totally fine. Thank you for playing with me. Hope your dinner goes well. Yeah. Are you on Steam? Let me just. I don't know. Well, actually, we're on Discord together. I'll just throw my Steam into. What is it called? Like, I'll do that. I'll throw my Steam into. Oh, you'll play after dinner? Private chat? Yeah, something along those lines. I can put it in my Discord anyway. I feel as though everyone in my chat can know what my Steam name is. Hopefully, not to abuse it. But you know. But yeah. Good luck with dinner. I honestly could play this for a while longer. See ya. Have a good dinner. Alright. I think Grant's on. Could have hopped off. Throw a can you play? It's 10 o'clock for him, so maybe I'll make our next game one longer. Do whatever you feel like. I definitely need to work on my short game. If you like fuck me up short game wise, totally. I am at your mercy. I love learning, and mostly it's by error, you know, like trial and error. You know, trial and error. That's how chess usually goes for me. I'll run a CPU match until Grant either hops on Discord or something to tell me, hey, I think I'm white. So, yeah, that's pretty much another game. This is that was gonna be. Guess this. No, this. If Travis, you're still watching, this is totally gonna keep it even more into my mind that you were gonna be able to fuck me up early game wise. But essentially, what I try to do with this first pawn is just to open up the space, make a possibility in the future that this place can be used at any point, and especially immediately after. And it also opens up my bishop to move forward, keep my bishop here, because it'll get, like, eventually time wise, it'll get the ability to go into that pawn rank all the way up. Then a castle, try to keep my king in this right hand corner. I could do the opposite as a like. I know a lot of people do queenside castles. It's not exclusive to kingside castles, but that's a thing. Yeah, a whole lot going on. Grant, if you're in the chat, I totally I sent you a message, but it seems like you're AFK, so there's a possibility you might be doing something. Let me see if you're on. You are on the Minecraft server. Wait, you've been on the Minecraft server since. Yo, Grant, you're you're still on the Minecraft server. But yeah. Let me just do that. Why not? Oh yeah, I'm not playing against anyone who's playing against a computer. So. I think on this side, I might do the queen side castle. But this is gonna shred me mentally so that I can put myself back together mentally. I'm gonna do queenside castle on half of the boards and then kingside castle on the other half of my boards, which will be insane in the membrane. I think I do this, unless I do that. That closes that up. I'll do that. Do this, stop the pawn in its tracks, and then retake there. No. Undo. Oh fuck. I pressed the submit instead of undo. Oh well. So now we have this. Open king file. Do I need to get into a queenside what is it called? A queenside, like any kind of castle as soon as possible, so that I can get it going, so that I can get on the other side, so I can move myself out of this file. This also possibly sends me all the way back into a king check. Let me see, one, pushing this one, two. I think there is stuff in the way though. But as time goes on, if he has nothing in this lane, he'll be able to go somewhere. I think Travis, if you ever watch this VOD or if you're still on, I think I might go to bed soon. I'll play another 15 minutes of this game, see where it's going, hopefully somewhere, and then I'll check whether or not I'm going to stay on stream. But this has been a great stream for those still watching. Thank you. Thank you, Spencer and Travis, for following the stream. I hope y'all are doing well. Aaron, if you're still on the stream, please go to bed soon. you need your rest, boy. I don't think I'm gonna make another timeline yet. I think I can only have this one, and then wait until he makes time in order to do something cool. This is well this. That's what I have to do there. So like I said, moving anything in the way of this rook, this file right here is important, such that this king doesn't get attacked. And I think in the past it'll be reversed or whatever. Important to have that there. I just captured a cake here. So like I said, what the hell? But yeah, that was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be. I think the very first couple comments that Travis had were even correct. Like, I'm trying to call back as much as I can because, like, long ass stream, but I want to remember this one. This is a good stream. Basically, having this open file is deadly. Deadly in the sense that there is nothing you can do about a past check. right here. You can't. This is a double check. Luckily, I had the forethought to kind of have this bishop here because I knew it was essentially a rook in the past. Because, like, if you look at this bishop has the ability to move up this squares, up all the way. And actually, this actually makes me feel as though I need to change my strategy. Because you see this bishop was able to just line it up so that he can attack my king directly. So an a kingside pawn advancement is actually deadly if at all a bishop or a queen gets into that file when it's wide open. But yeah, I feel as though that will be it for stream. Luckily, I had the forethought to think about like having a quick game to finish it off. But yeah. Thank you for joining the stream again. Whether or not you are studying for a project or doing work or chilling, I'm down to be that chill stream. I wish to be that chill stream that you just guys kind of like chill and hear me talk or something. I don't know. I feel as though that's the kind of streamer I am. It's not necessarily like A+ gaming or anything like that. It's like good funny times or something along those lines. Oh, we were always on -L. So this is his timeline. He made this timeline. I've been recessive. Yeah. Okay. So I could have totally made a new timeline. Sometimes that's all it is. You have to keep it simple, stupid. The KISS method. And in that sense, keep it simple, stupid. That's a good way to end it. I wish not to speak anymore. My mouth hurts. Thank you for watching. Have a good rest of your night. See you on the next stream. Oh, I forgot that we're connected to the... Never mind. I'm sorry. That would have been cool to end on that shit. Alright, I'm closing OBS now. Not finishing the game on the stupid-ass other screen. Alright, my bad. Oh, that would have been boss as fuck. Oh, rip. Alright, I guess... fuck. Alright, bye. Close.